Chapter 998. Where on earth did they go? It's impossible for them to have vanished from the face of the earth. They must be hiding somewhere. The group of people scanned the void, their eyes full of bewilderment. The old man in white also scanned the surroundings, not missing any part of the void. Bang! All of a sudden, a terrifying aura emerged. Following closely, a shrill scream reverberated in the sky above the sea. The next moment after the scream, the aura disappeared in an instant. The white-haired old man and the rest heard the scream and immediately turned to look, only to see a middle-aged man falling into the sea below. There was a thumb-sized bloody hole between the middle-aged man's eyebrows. It was penetrated from the front to the back and blood spurted out like a fountain. How is this possible? The group of people turned pale with fright. The middle-aged man was their companion. He was in the middle of the group, but no one saw how he died. It must be them. Where are they hiding? Come out quickly. Don't hide. In addition to being angry, the group of people was extremely panicked. They could not see the other party and could not fight back. Bang! Suddenly, that terrifying aura emerged again. The previous situation happened again. Another middle-aged man spattered blood in the sky and quickly fell into the sea, swallowed by the sea. Bastard! If you have the ability, come out and fight fair and square. What kind of man are you if you hide and scheme? The white-haired old man gritted his teeth. In less than 3 breaths, 2 9-star battle saints had fallen. Such a loss was heart-wrenching. Previously, when I asked you to fight one-on-one with me, you were unwilling. Now that you can't do anything to me, you want me to go out and fight fair and square with you. Do you think it's possible? Wang Zicheng's mocking voice reverberated in the void. The white-haired old man said coldly. He waved his big old hand and his battle aura was like a dragon, roaring in the direction of the voice. But in the end, there was no reaction. Instead, one of his companions was killed. His head was penetrated and he died on the spot. The remaining 32 battle saints were completely in a panic and their hearts were drowned by fear. The other party had been hiding in the dark and there was no way to guard against them. Moreover, after attacking, they immediately concealed their aura. They could not detect the location of the two at all. If this went on, they would be wiped out. Following a painful scream, the 4th 9-star battle saint was killed. I can't take it anymore. A thin middle-aged man could no longer bear the torture. He turned around and fled frantically. However, as soon as he took a step forward, killing intent reappeared. A stream of battle chi appeared out of thin air and shot into the middle of the middle-aged man's forehead. Blood instantly dyed the sky red. The middle-aged man died in despair. Bastards, I'm going to tear you all apart. The white-haired old man roared. A dignified battle emperor could only watch as his subordinates were killed one by one. This kind of grievance, this kind of powerlessness, made him go mad. Boom! A world-shaking emperor's aura roared in all directions. The space within a radius of 12 miles began to twist and contort violently. In the sea below, huge waves that were hundreds of feet high rose up, covering the sky and the sun. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang and Wang Zicheng appeared in the void a few miles away, looking rather miserable. His face was pale, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. The concealment art was actually forcefully broken? Qin Feiyang found it hard to believe. But he didn't have time to think about it, because the white-haired old man had already discovered them, and like an enraged beast, he charged over crazily. Retreat! Wang Zicheng's pupils contracted. He grabbed Qin Feiyang and rushed into the sea below with a thud. Chase after them! The white-haired old man roared and took the lead to chase into the sea. Did you see that? However, the remaining 31 9-star battle saints did not immediately chase after them. Their faces were filled with disbelief. I saw it. The blood at the corner of Ancestor Mu's mouth is purplish gold. Purplish gold blood, is there such a color in the world? What kind of monster is he? Could it be that he's a monster? It's possible. It's said that some ferocious beasts, after cultivating to a certain extent, can transform into human form. Don't think about it, chase after them. In an instant, Everyone rushed into the sea, setting off huge waves. In the sea, Qin Feiyang and Wang Zicheng did not look back as they rushed to the bottom of the sea. The water pressure was surging from all directions. Wang Zicheng said anxiously, "Brother, quickly try, can you still activate that invisibility technique?" Qin Feiyang immediately activated the concealment art, but it was useless. He shook his head and said, "No. This is troublesome." Wang Zicheng's eyes darkened. The white-robed old man was a war emperor, and his speed far surpassed theirs. If they did not think of a way, they would definitely be in trouble. Qin Feiyang's face was also extremely gloomy. He did not expect that the concealment art would be broken by the emperor's might. It seemed that this battle art was not invincible. There was a limit to it. "Let's see where you can escape to today." Suddenly, the white-haired old man's murderous voice entered their ears. The two of them turned around and their expressions changed. The white-haired old man had already caught up. He was probably only about 100 feet away. "Don't be afraid. The water pressure in the deep sea is very high. It will limit his speed, and I have the water avoidance pearl." Wang Zicheng flipped his hand and a crystal-clear water droplet appeared, emitting a hazy luster. As soon as the water avoidance pearl appeared, the water pressure in the surroundings immediately disappeared. The two of them instantly sped up by a large margin. In this deep sea, even a war emperor would find it difficult to do anything without the water avoidance pearl. Moreover, we even killed 4 9-star war saints. It's not a loss. Wang Zicheng smiled proudly. Qin Feiyang's face also revealed a trace of a smile. However, in the next moment, the smile on their faces froze. Because they sensed that the white-haired old man's aura not only did not pull away, but was instead getting closer and closer. Swoosh! The two of them turned around in surprise and their expressions changed drastically. They saw that the white-haired old man was also holding a crystal-clear pearl in his hand. If that was not the water avoidance pearl, then what was it? They even prepared the water avoidance pearl in advance. It seems that this time they are determined to kill me. Qin Feiyang's eyes were hazy. Wang Zicheng said angrily, "Brother, who exactly did you offend?" Qin Feiyang said, "I am still unable to confirm their identity. Moreover, even if I tell you, you may not know." "Alright. Although it's a headache, who asked me to have a brother like you?" Wang Zicheng smiled helplessly, glanced at the white-robed old man behind him, and said, "It seems that if we want to survive today, we have to show our trump card." Qin Feiyang was surprised. The difference in speed between a 9-star war saint and a war emperor was more than 1 or 2 times. Even a perfect battle art would not be able to make up for this difference. But this person was actually so confident? Wang Zicheng said, "Grab my shoulder." Qin Feiyang was stunned, then followed his words and firmly grabbed Wang Zicheng's shoulder. Wang Zicheng's face was solemn, his hands placed in front of his chest, and shouted, "With blood as the plan, with life as the guide, as the law orders, go." Qin Feiyang looked at him in a daze. Why did he suddenly feel that this guy was like a fraud? Immediately after, he looked at the white-robed old man behind him. That's not right. His speed was still the same as before. What the hell was going on? He looked at Wang Zicheng strangely. I haven't used this move in a long time. It seems like the posture is wrong. Let's do it again." Wang Zicheng laughed embarrassedly. "The posture is wrong?" Qin Feiyang's face twitched. This was the first time he heard that to use a certain battle art, one needed the correct posture. Wang Zicheng glanced at Qin Feiyang awkwardly, then raised his right hand and stretched it forward. His left hand was placed in front of his chest. What kind of posture is this? Qin Feiyang looked at him blankly. He didn't even know how to describe this posture. It was as if Ultraman was fighting a monster. It was rather comical. Don't hold it in. If you want to laugh, then laugh. Wang Zicheng snorted coldly. His comical expression also made people not know whether to laugh or cry. Cough. Qin Feiyang coughed dryly, held back his laughter, and urged, "Don't dawdle, hurry up." Pumph. Wang Zicheng snorted coldly and chanted, "With blood as the plan, with life as the guide, as the law orders, go." As soon as he finished speaking, a bloody mist suddenly rose from his body. Following closely, the speed of the two soared like a bolt of lightning, crazily shuttling in the sea. In the blink of an eye, they left the white-haired old man behind. So fast. Qin Feiyang was dumbfounded. At this moment, their speed was definitely faster than a perfect battle art. It even gave people the illusion that they were teleporting. The white-haired old man and the group of 9-star battle saints behind were also dumbfounded. What the hell? This speed is too abnormal, isn't it? When they came to their senses, the two had already disappeared without a trace. What should we do? The group of 9-star battle saints looked at each other, somewhat at a loss. Finally, they looked at the white-robed old man. Go to the inland sea. His target is the alchemy fire. As long as we go to the inland sea first, we will see him sooner or later. The white-haired old man said gloomily. That makes sense. The group nodded. One of them suddenly looked at the white-haired old man and asked, "By the way, did you see that the blood at the corner of Ancestor Mu's mouth was purplish gold?" Purplish gold? The white-haired old man was bewildered. Because he was too angry at that time, he did not notice this. The 31 9-star battle saints nodded. The white-robed old man frowned and said, "Impossible, how can there be such blood in this world? You must have seen wrongly." Did we really see wrongly? The group of people frowned. At the same time, Wang Zicheng was still shuttling through the sea with Qin Feiyang at an extremely fast speed. About 50 breaths later, suddenly, Wang Zicheng stopped and looked back. Seeing that the white-robed old man did not follow, he breathed a sigh of relief. The blood mist on his body also dissipated. But just as Wang Zicheng turned back, Qin Feiyang looked as if he had seen a ghost. His face was full of horror. At this moment, Wang Zicheng's face was full of wrinkles, like an old man in his 60s or 70s. Moreover, his originally strong body seemed to have been hollowed out. He was as thin as a matchstick and his temples were full of white hair. Isn't it just old? What's there to look at? Wang Zicheng did not care at all, as if it was a very normal thing. He raised his head and looked around, then continued to fly forward. But his speed was not as fast as before. It was his usual speed or even slower, as if he was very weak now. What's going on? Chapter 999. Wang Zicheng said impatiently, "Isn't it enough to bring you out? Why are you asking so much?" "All right, let's just say I didn't ask," Qin Feiyang said. Seems like this should be a secret in Wang Zicheng's heart. "Actually, it's not that I can't say it." A moment later, Wang Zicheng suddenly said. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes. Previously, he didn't say anything when he asked. Now, he was taking the initiative to say it. Why was this person so fickle? Wang Zicheng said, "This is a forbidden technique." Forbidden technique? Qin Feiyang was startled. Forbidden techniques are not comparable to battle arts. Battle arts can be used as one pleases without any restrictions, but forbidden techniques can only be used to save one's life. Because using a forbidden technique will cause an indelible injury to the user, which is the so-called side effect. And the forbidden technique that I used before used my blood as a plan, my life as a guide, in exchange for surpassing my own speed limit. In other words, to use this forbidden technique, I need to use my blood qi and lifespan as the price. Wang Zicheng explained. So it's like that. Qin Feiyang suddenly realized, no wonder this guy was so old now, and asked, "Then how long can this forbidden technique of yours last?" 100 breaths. Once it exceeds 100 breaths, unless there is a peerless divine pill that can extend one's life, one will definitely die. Wang Zicheng said. Qin Feiyang was secretly speechless. Although Wang Zicheng's forbidden technique could be exchanged for unparalleled speed, the price was too great. I remember that from the beginning to the end, you lasted for about 50 breaths. That means you only have half of your life force and blood qi left? Qin Feiyang said worriedly. Don't worry. I'm about to break through to the War King, and my lifespan will increase exponentially. Sacrificing this little bit is nothing to worry about. Wang Zicheng smiled confidently, without the slightest bit of worry. On the contrary, it seemed that Qin Feiyang was worrying too much. Qin Feiyang's heart trembled. He did not know Wang Zicheng's true age, but he reckoned that it was around the same age as young Master Hao. It seemed that this Qinghai was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. Suddenly, he thought of another problem. Previously, how had Wang Zicheng broken through the white-robed old man's emperor's pressure? According to what he knew, only by opening the door of potential would one be able to break through the pressure that surpassed one's cultivation. In other words, it was very likely that Wang Zicheng had also opened the door of potential. He looked at Wang Zicheng's back and his eyes flickered. Right now, he really had the urge to immediately rip off Wang Zicheng's clothes. But in the end, he suppressed this impulse. That was because doing so would definitely incur Wang Zicheng's displeasure. At that time, Wang Zicheng might even turn hostile. "Brother, I've told you everything you want to know. Shouldn't you tell me who you are?" Wang Zicheng suddenly stopped and turned to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment and said with a smile, "I won't hide it from Brother Wang. In fact, I am the direct disciple of the Chief Pagoda Master." "What? You are so weak, yet you can become his personal disciple. What kind of foresight does he have?" Wang Zicheng was dumbfounded. Qin Feiyang's face darkened. Compared to Wang Zicheng, his strength was indeed a lot weaker. But there was no need to be so blatant about it, right? Moreover, how much older was Wang Zicheng than him? If he was as old as Wang Zicheng, he had full confidence that his strength would definitely be stronger than Wang Zicheng. I'm a straightforward person. Don't mind me." Wang Zicheng laughed mischievously. "You don't have the slightest sincerity in apologizing." Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes. "But then again, since the Chief Pagoda Master accepted you as his disciple, I believe you should have something extraordinary. How about it? Let me see it." Wang Zicheng looked at him provocatively. "Not interested." Qin Feiyang said indifferently. Wang Zicheng teased, "Don't be shy. I'm not a pervert. Besides, I'm not interested in men." "Don't go too far." Qin Feiyang's veins popped. "I won't say any more. But you're really boring. I guess you can't even find a woman because your EQ is too low." Wang Zicheng glanced at him with disdain and then flew towards the surface of the sea. "I'm sorry to disappoint you. There are quite a lot of women who like me. And I already have a fiancé. Do you have one?" Qin Feiyang followed him unhurriedly and said indifferently, "What? You have a fiancé?" Wang Zicheng looked at him in shock and then laughed. "Then I guess it must be a big dinosaur. Otherwise, why would she take a fancy to you?" "Big dinosaur?" Qin Feiyang smiled playfully. If Wang Yue heard this, Wang Zicheng would probably have to run naked again. Choo! In the sky above a certain sea area, Wang Yue, who was galloping, suddenly sneezed. She rubbed her nose and furrowed her beautiful brows. "Why did I suddenly sneeze? Is someone scolding me? It must be. And it should be that bastard ancestor Mu. But where did that little bastard go? He hasn't come back yet." Half an hour passed. Qin Feiyang and Wang Zicheng rushed out of the sea and stood in the sky above the sea area, looking ahead. A moment later, Wang Zicheng retracted his gaze and looked at Qin Feiyang. "It's still half a day's journey to the inland sea. Shall we rush there immediately or find a place to rest first?" Qin Feiyang said, "In your current state, it's better for you to rest first. I remember that there is an island in the northwest. It's not far from here. Let's go there to rest." Wang Zicheng said. Qin Feiyang nodded. Immediately after, the two turned into a stream of light and rushed towards the northwest like lightning. Another hour or so passed. An island finally came into their sight. This island was different from the islands they had seen before. It was more than 10 miles wide, like a small continent floating on the sea. And looking at it, the entire island was covered with a layer of green vegetation, and they could faintly feel the aura of fierce beasts. And as they got closer, the aura of those beasts became more obvious. Even Qin Feiyang sensed the aura of a few holy beasts. He couldn't help but be vigilant. "Don't worry, I've been to this island several times. There are no beasts that can threaten us. No. To be exact, There are no beasts that can threaten me, Wang Zicheng said proudly. The implication was that if Qin Feiyang entered the island alone, it was likely to be a disaster. Qin Feiyang glanced at him and didn't say anything. Dozens of breaths later, the two entered the island and landed on the top of a 500 to 600 feet high mountain in the middle of the island. On the top of the mountain, there were weeds everywhere, but there were no dense trees. The field of vision was very open, and they could observe the situation of the entire island. However, on a rock at the edge of the cliff, there was a black falcon. Its body was very large, more than 10 meters long. It stared at Qin Feiyang and Wang Zicheng, and its eagle eyes were shining with a shocking light. Holy beast! Qin Feiyang's pupils shrank. The aura emitted by the falcon frightened even him. Don't be afraid, we're all old friends. Wang Zicheng smiled, waved at the falcon, and shouted enthusiastically, Little Bean, long time no see. Chirp. The falcon suddenly soared, and a gust of wind blew. Qin Feiyang thought that it had become ferocious, but he didn't expect that it would actually flap its wings and disappear into the mountain stream below with a loud and clear cry. It didn't even look back. And in the falcon's cry, Qin Feiyang seemed to hear a trace of fear. Wang Zicheng shouted, Hey, 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 why are you running? I didn't plan to beat you up this time. Qin Feiyang was stunned and looked at him with a strange expression. The first time I came, I was sneak attacked by it, and as a result, I gave it a good beating. The next few times I came, I would go look for it first. It was probably scared by me and ran away when it saw me. In fact, I'm not a bad person. As long as it doesn't provoke me, it can be discussed. Wang Zicheng said helplessly. Qin Feiyang was speechless. He could have killed the falcon directly, but he did not do so, and every time he came, he would run to beat it up. In the falcon's eyes, this guy was even more terrifying than a bad person. Buzz. Suddenly, the image crystal made a sound. Qin Feiyang's heart moved, and he looked at Wang Zicheng and said, You rest first, I'll go take a stroll around. What's there to stroll around? Wang Zicheng was suspicious, but Qin Feiyang did not answer. He turned around and flew towards the mountain stream below. I'm already mysterious enough, but this guy is even more mysterious than me. It seems that when I have time, I'll have to check up on him. Wang Zicheng muttered, looking at Qin Feiyang's back, his eyes flashing with an inexplicable color. Mountain stream. Next to a stream. Qin Feiyang took out the image crystal. Gui Yang's shadow quickly condensed. Qin Feiyang asked, Did you find it? Gui Yang nodded and said, There is indeed a person who left the tribe yesterday morning. Qin Feiyang said. One of the leader's trusted aides is called Guxiangzhong, and he has the cultivation of a 1-star war emperor. In addition, I also heard that there were dozens of 9-star war saints who left with Guxiangzhong, but I didn't find out exactly how many there were. Guiyang said. Guxiangzhong, Qin Feiyang muttered. Suddenly, he waved his hand and the image of the white-haired old man condensed. He asked, Is it him? Guiyang looked at the old man in white and shook his head. It's not? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and said, I understand, continue to monitor your leader. If there's any news, immediately report to me. Yes. Guiyang respectfully replied and turned off the image crystal. Qin Feiyang waved his hand again, dispersing the image of the white-haired old man. Then he kept the image crystal and lowered his head, deep in thought. Time passed breath by breath. Suddenly, a sneer crept onto his face. He was basically certain that the white-haired old man was Guxiangzhong. As for the difference in appearance, it must be because Guxiangzhong had deliberately changed his appearance. After all, he was now the direct disciple of the chief pagoda master. And assassinating the direct disciple of the chief pagoda master was not a small matter. If the assassination failed, the Qilin tribe would pay a heavy price. Qilin tribe, let's ride a donkey and see who will have the last laugh. Qin Feiyang whispered, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and he prepared to fly towards the peak of the mountain. But at this moment, Chapter 1000. In Qin Feiyang's heart, a fatal sense of crisis immediately emerged. Swoosh. Without hesitation, he used the phantom steps and quickly dodged to the side. The next moment, That black shadow shuttled past where he was previously standing at lightning speed. Who is it? Qin Feiyang shouted angrily. His entire body was drenched in cold sweat. Because if he was 1 second late, no, half a second late. If he was half a second late, the black shadow would definitely pass through his body and he would definitely lose his life. However, when he saw the black shadow's face clearly, he was stunned. It was a falcon. Its body was only the size of an adult's palm, and its eyes were shining fiercely. As for this falcon, he seemed to have seen it somewhere before. Right? He remembered. This little guy in front of him was the falcon that was scared away by Wang Zicheng on the mountain peak previously. It was only because its body had shrunk that he did not recognize it at first glance. Why did you sneak attack me? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and said angrily. I can't kill him, so of course I can only kill you to vent my anger. The falcon smiled sinisterly. His holy aura suddenly erupted and he pounced toward Qin Feiyang again. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang was stunned. But in the next moment he understood. It turned out that this falcon wanted to kill Wang Zicheng, but it admitted that it did not have the ability, so it planned to kill him to vent its anger. He sized up the falcon seriously and quickly deduced its cultivation level. It was a 4-star battle saint. If you want to vent your anger, you have to find the right person. You're courting death by coming to find me. Murderous intent flashed in Qin Feiyang's eyes. He directly rushed forward and slammed his palm in the air. Golden light burst out from his palm. Return formula. Chirp. With a wail, Falcon was sent flying on the spot. His body cracked as blood stained the sky. So powerful. The falcon's pupils contracted. It thought that it could easily kill a 1-star battle saint, but it did not expect it to be so terrifying. It was scared. Using the impact of the return formula, it turned around and began to flee. I'm not as merciful as Wang Zicheng. Qin Feiyang coldly smiled as he used phantom steps to quickly chase after him. Whether it was a human or a beast, as long as they dared to plot against him, he would not let them off. Even though Falcon was a 4-star battle saint, his phantom steps could increase his speed by 4 small realms. In other words, Qin Feiyang's current speed was comparable to a 5-star battle saint. In just a few blinks of an eye, Qin Feiyang had caught up to Falcon. Crimson sword chi surged out, transforming into an apocalyptic torrent that rushed towards Falcon. I know I was wrong. Don't kill me. Sensing the intense killing intent and sharpness, Falcon's body and mind trembled as he panicked to the extreme. If I didn't have a perfect support-type battle art, I would have died under your claws. Do you think it's possible for me to let you go now? Qin Feiyang laughed mockingly. I know I was wrong. Please let me go. If you let me go, I'll tell you a secret. Falcon stopped running because there was no way he could escape. He turned around and looked at Qin Feiyang pleadingly. Secret. Qin Feiyang was taken aback. With a thought, the crimson sword chi stopped in the air. He said coldly, Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Tell me. Falcon said, There are ruins hidden under this island. Ruins? Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up and said, The exact location. Falcon said, The exact location is in the sea. If you enter the seabed from the southwest direction of this island, you will see a cave. It's inside the cave. Qin Feiyang raised his head and looked at the southwest direction. He then looked at Falcon and frowned. Why aren't you going to the ruins? I can't go in. Falcon said helplessly. What? Even you can't go in? Qin Feiyang was bewildered. The entrance of the cave is sealed by a barrier. I have tried many methods, but I can't break that barrier. Falcon said. That means this ruin is quite incredible. Qin Feiyang was tempted. Ruins were usually left behind by the ancients. If Falcon didn't lie to him, there must be some treasures hidden. Brother, why are there battle fluctuations? Did something happen? At this time, Wang Zicheng's worried voice sounded from the top of the mountain. Falcon's body trembled and he immediately turned and fled. It seemed that the fear of Wang Zicheng had been imprinted in the depths of his soul. However, Qin Feiyang didn't stop him and let him leave. Brother, are you all right? Hurry up and answer me. Wang Zicheng's voice sounded again. I'm fine. It's just that an ignorant beast attacked me. I've already dealt with it. Qin Feiyang replied. Alright, be careful. Although the beasts on this island aren't strong, there are still some that can hurt you. Wang Zicheng warned loudly. Got it. Qin Feiyang replied. After pondering for a moment, he turned and headed southwest. Whether Falcon lied to him or not, it was necessary to confirm it. With Qin Feiyang's speed, he soon arrived at the seaside. Glancing at the calm surface of the sea, he took a deep breath, took out a water avoidance pearl and jumped in. The surface of the sea was calm, but the undercurrents were surging. However, with the water avoidance pearl, it didn't affect him. He quickly sank all the way. After about 100 breaths, he finally reached the bottom of the sea. The bottom of the sea was covered with a layer of mud that had accumulated for countless years. The traces of sea beasts could be faintly seen nearby. However, their aura wasn't very strong. Qin Feiyang was at the bottom of the sea, carefully searching around the island. There really is one. After about 10 breaths, he was overjoyed. He really found a cave. The diameter of the cave entrance was about 2 meters, extending all the way to the depths of the island. It was pitch black inside. It just said that this entrance is sealed by a barrier. Staring at the cave, Qin Feiyang was silent for a moment. He tentatively raised his hand and reached towards the entrance. Buzz. Suddenly, a dazzling light curtain appeared at the entrance of the cave, blocking Qin Feiyang's hand. Qin Feiyang was shocked. This light curtain actually contained a terrifying emperor's might, giving him a strong sense of oppression. Obviously, this was really a relic, and it was left behind by a war emperor. Although there were many war emperors in the Forgotten Continent and the Great Qin Empire, it didn't mean that one could underestimate them. In this era where fake gods didn't appear, the war emperor was an existence that stood at the top of this world. Every one of them had the ability to reach the heavens. Therefore, the relics left behind by each war emperor were comparable to a great treasure. And for a war sage like Qin Feiyang to be able to obtain the relics of a war emperor was also a great fortune. Qin Feiyang was very excited. He didn't expect to come to this place unintentionally and actually encounter a treasure. Bang! Suddenly, battle chi gushed out from his palm, and he slapped the barrier with all his might. However, not only did the barrier not show any signs of breaking, it even rebounded and sent him flying. His body also suffered heavy injuries, and a mouthful of purple gold dragon blood spurted out. It seems like there's no way to forcefully break it. After stabilizing his body, he stood not far away and looked at the pitch-black cave, his brows tightly knitted together. So you're here. Suddenly, a cold snort sounded in Qin Feiyang's mind. Wang Zicheng. Qin Feiyang's heart trembled. He raised his head and saw Wang Zicheng standing above, looking at him angrily. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and asked, "Why are you here?" "When I heard your reply, I felt that something was wrong, so I followed you all the way here. I didn't expect you to find a relic. But that's not the point. The point is I trust you so much, yet you actually hid it from me. Isn't that a bit too much?" Wang Zicheng said angrily. Qin Feiyang laughed and said, "Say it again with your conscience. Do you really believe me?" Wang Zicheng was at a loss for words. "I admit, I do have a good impression of you. But I can't trust you and pour my heart out to you. After all, we just met not long ago." "I believe that you think so too, otherwise you wouldn't be speechless now," Qin Feiyang said. "So what if I am? At least I won't be like you, always on guard against others." Wang Zicheng snorted and landed beside Qin Feiyang, looking at the entrance of the cave. "I don't know you, what's wrong with being on guard?" Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes. In this world, except for a few people, there was no one he could completely trust. "All right, I won't talk nonsense with you." Wang Zicheng waved his hand impatiently and then rushed into the cave. Qin Feiyang's face changed and he hurriedly shouted, "I tried just now, I can't forcefully break it, come back." "Can you compare with me?" "You can't, but it doesn't mean that I can't either." Wang Zicheng smiled disdainfully. Whatever. Qin Feiyang simply did not care anymore. He advised him out of kindness. Not only did he not appreciate it, he even mocked him back. "You want to suffer, right? Go ahead. Break for me. Wang Zicheng rushed to the front of the hole, roared, and punched the barrier with all his strength. Boom. Immediately, a terrifying aura rolled out in this place, and the sea water immediately surged. Qin Feiyang retreated like lightning. At the same time, Wang Zicheng howled in pain and was sent flying by the barrier. Blood spurted out of his mouth, and his arm was also lacerated. In the end, with a bang, he smashed into the mud not far from Qin Feiyang, looking extremely miserable. It seems that the stronger the force, the greater the rebound force. Qin Feiyang looked at the barrier, looked at Wang Zicheng and said indifferently, I tried to persuade you, but you didn't listen. Wang Zicheng got up, shook off the mud on his body, and said angrily, but you didn't say that this barrier has a rebound force, and it's so strong. Unreasonable. Qin Feiyang glanced at him, looked at the barrier again, and fell into deep thought. Wang Zicheng also looked at the barrier, his face full of anger. Got it. After an unknown amount of time, Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up. What is it? Don't say that you have a way to break this barrier. Wang Zicheng said. He did not believe that with Qin Feiyang's cultivation he would have this ability. Sorry, I really have a way. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Wang Zicheng was slightly stunned, and asked suspiciously, what way? Qin Feiyang turned his hand, and a rib appeared. Chapter 1001. He had grown up in Qinghai and had seen countless rare treasures, so he could tell at a glance that the rib was extraordinary. Can you let me have a look? He quickly moved in front of Qin Feiyang, his eyes full of desire. Qin Feiyang ignored him and looked at the barrier at the entrance. This barrier was left by a combat the arch, and Mu Tianyang was probably a god of war at his peak. Therefore, this rib bone should be useful. Boom. He rushed forward, raised the rib, and smashed it at the barrier. Accompanied by a deafening sound, the enchantment really did shatter, and it was as easy as crushing dry weeds. The barrier left by a combat the arch was broken so easily? Wang Zicheng was dumbfounded. Whose rib was this? How could it be so terrifying? But, boom. The barrier was broken, and the seawater immediately surged into the cave. Hurry! Qin Feiyang shouted. They were at the bottom of the sea, and the impact of the seawater was extremely terrifying. If they didn't stop it quickly, the things inside might be destroyed. The two turned into a stream of light and rushed into the cave. There was a dark tunnel inside, and the echoes of the seawater were deafening. So, the two rushed out of the seawater and landed on dry ground. Wang Zicheng immediately turned around, and his battle chi surged and turned into a barrier, sealing the tunnel behind him and blocking the seawater outside. Phew! Qin Feiyang let out a long breath, put away the water-repelling pearl and the rib, and turned to look into the tunnel. Brother, who did that rib belong to? It's so powerful. Before he saw the rib, he was quite interested in this relic. But now, his thoughts were all on the rib. He felt that even if there were some peerless treasures hidden in this relic, they wouldn't be as valuable as that rib. Qin Feiyang glanced at him and said vaguely, it belongs to a powerful expert. Can you make it clear? Wang Zicheng was a little depressed. What was the difference between this answer and not answering at all? I can't explain it clearly now. Let's go inside and take a look. Qin Feiyang said and then walked deeper into the tunnel. Wang Zicheng frowned and followed behind Qin Feiyang. He did not continue to ask, but his eyes were fixed on Qin Feiyang's back. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but become vigilant. He hadn't known this person for long, so he had no idea what kind of person he was, so he had to be on guard. The seawater outside gradually calmed down, and the echoes disappeared. The tunnel fell into a dead silence. Only the sound of their footsteps could be heard. Why do I feel so depressed? Wang Zicheng spoke in a low voice while a trace of vigilance arose in his heart. Qin Feiyang stared ahead, not daring to be distracted in the slightest. This was because he also felt oppressed, and even found it difficult to breathe. This atmosphere made him very uncomfortable. Several hundred breaths passed. Suddenly, Wang Zicheng stopped and stared at Qin Feiyang in bewilderment. Look, there's light over there. Actually, even without Wang Zicheng's reminder, Qin Feiyang had already seen it. It was a wisp of weak flame. Moreover, the air also became a little hot. We should be there soon, be careful. Qin Feiyang warned in a low voice. I've seen more relics than you've eaten. Do I need you to remind me? Wang Zicheng smiled disdainfully. My good intentions are taken for granted. Qin Feiyang glanced at him coldly, but did not continue to pester him and continued to move forward. As they continued to go deeper, the weak flame became more and more obvious. The heat also became more and more intense. In the end, the two felt as if they were in a sea of fire, sweating all over. How could this be? Is there a volcano in front? Wang Zicheng muttered. Qin Feiyang also had the same feeling. After dozens of breaths, the light of the fire finally appeared clearly in front of the two of them. It turned out that the flame was the light emitted from the tunnel. The tunnel ahead was completely red, as if it was a piece of red-hot iron. Qin Feiyang bent down and reached out his hand to touch the crimson ground. It was very hot. If a mortal came here, they would be burned to ashes in an instant. However, Qin Feiyang and Wang Zicheng were both battle saints, so this temperature was not difficult for them. Qin Feiyang got up and looked deeper into the tunnel, frowning slightly. What was at the end of this tunnel? The two stepped forward again, stepping on the rolling ground, and continued to go deeper. Another few hundred breaths passed. Wang Zicheng was overjoyed, pointed forward, and exclaimed, "Is that the end?" In front, there was an exit 100 meters away. Through the exit, the two could clearly see that there was a large grotto outside. The grotto was also red. Let's go! Qin Feiyang quickened his pace and quickly came to the exit. Standing at the edge of the exit, he scanned the grotto. The grotto was unimaginably large. The height was 500 to 600 meters, and the diameter was 300 to 400 meters. It was natural and not man-made. At the bottom of the grotto, there was boiling magma, emitting an extremely high temperature. It really is an underwater volcano. Wang Zicheng was surprised. Qin Feiyang said, "Let's look for it." With that, he took the lead and rushed into the grotto. Let me tell you, we found this place together. Even if there are treasures, I have a share. Don't play tricks. Wang Zicheng also quickly flew in and said to Qin Feiyang, "Let's find it first." Qin Feiyang replied expressionlessly, then scanned the walls of the grotto, not letting go of any place. But in the end, he didn't find anything. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but frown, looked at Wang Zicheng beside him, and asked, "Did you find anything? Could it be that we're thinking too much, and this isn't a relic at all?" Wang Zicheng shook his head, also confused. Impossible. If it's not a relic, how do you explain the barrier at the entrance? Furthermore, although this grotto is naturally formed, the tunnel is man-made. Qin Feiyang said, "When we passed by before, I also observed carefully, and it was indeed man-made." Wang Zicheng nodded, then said, "But there's really nothing here. Could it be that we've overlooked something?" Qin Feiyang frowned. The two of them looked at the grotto again. Suddenly, the two of them lowered their heads and looked at the magma below at the same time, their eyes flickering. The next moment, the two of them dove down at the same time with tacit understanding. A battle chi barrier appeared on the surface of their bodies, and then they plunged into the magma. Swoosh! Not long after the two of them entered the magma, another figure appeared at lightning speed. It was a young man with a strong build. He was 2 meters tall. His upper body was bare like Wang Zicheng. His 8-pack abs were bulging, and he had a head of thick black hair. He was like a small giant, exuding a wild aura. His lower body was wearing a pair of large pants made of animal skin, and his feet were bare. The aura he exuded was unfathomable. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. "Wang Zicheng, today, I'll settle all our old scores." The young man stood at the edge of the tunnel and looked down at the churning magma below. His dark eyes were filled with mockery. Time passed breath by breath. About an hour later, 2 figures suddenly rushed out of the magma. It was Qin Feiyang and Wang Zicheng. It was also at this moment. The young man standing at the entrance of the tunnel suddenly released his aura. He rushed into the grotto like lightning and slammed his palm toward Wang Zicheng's chest. "Someone's here?" Qin Feiyang and Wang Zicheng were shocked. But it was too sudden, and Wang Zicheng had no time to counterattack or dodge. The young man's palm landed squarely on his chest. Ah! Wang Zicheng spat out a mouthful of blood, and with a painful howl, he fell into the magma below again. Qin Feiyang finally reacted. He quickly retreated to a corner of the grotto and looked at the young man warily. However, the young man didn't pay any attention to him at all. He stared straight at the lava below, as if treating Qin Feiyang as air. Looks like his target is Wang Zicheng. But why would he appear here? And his aura is so strong. He should be a 9-star battle saint like Wang Zicheng. Qin Feiyang mumbled. The grotto was dead silent. The churning magma gradually calmed down. Wang Zicheng did not appear. Is he dead? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. The young man suddenly shouted, Wang Zicheng, I don't believe you're so weak. Come out. Not only was he tall, his voice was also extremely loud, shaking Qin Feiyang's eardrums. Big Bull, I really can't hide anything from you. Splash! Wang Zicheng rushed out of the magma and stood in front of the young man. His face was full of anger. Looks like you're very angry now. But didn't you sneak attack me like this back in the Internal Sea? I'm just returning an eye for an eye. The young man sneered. Wang Zicheng clenched his fists and said angrily, that was a few years ago, and you still remember it. You're too narrow-minded. You still have the face to say that? If it was just once or twice, I wouldn't be bothered to argue with you. But you actually stabbed me in the back time and time again. This is unforgivable. The brawny young man roared, his anger burning the heavens. Can you blame me for that? You're stupid and don't remember. Wang Zicheng said helplessly. Bastard, I'm not stupid. I trust you and treat you like a brother. The young man roared like an angry beast and punched at Wang Zicheng. Qin Feiyang glanced at Wang Zicheng. This guy was indeed unreliable. Although he did not know what happened between Wang Zicheng and the young man, it was not difficult to tell from the young man's words that Wang Zicheng had betrayed his friend. When he saw the young man fly into a rage, Wang Zicheng did not take it head-on and dodged to the side, saying anxiously, We're brothers after all. Is there a need to fight to the death the moment we meet? Brothers my ass. The young man spat in disdain and executed a mysterious footwork. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before Wang Zicheng and punched out furiously. A perfect support battle technique. Qin Feiyang's gaze narrowed. Damn it, you're serious? At the same time, Wang Zicheng's expression changed starkly as he executed a mysterious footwork without hesitation and dodged to the side. Boom! The young man punched the stone wall behind Wang Zicheng and created a huge hole. The entire cave began to tremble violently. Chapter 1002. It's also a perfect support-type battle art. Qin Feiyang dodged the falling rocks as he stared at Wang Zicheng and Wang Zicheng, his eyes flashing. Who are these two people? How could they both have perfect support-type battle arts? One had to know. Even in the Divine City and main pagoda, perfect support-type battle arts were very rare. Bang bang bang. Boom. Wang Zicheng and the brawny young man started a chase in the cave. But what puzzled Qin Feiyang was that not only were the two of them at the same cultivation level, but they also had perfect battle arts. In terms of strength, they were evenly matched. But Wang Zicheng had only been defending from the beginning and had never fought head-on. Could it be that this brawny young man was hiding some shocking method that made Wang Zicheng not dare to fight head-on? After a while, Wang Zicheng had a bitter face and said with a pleading tone, Big Bull, I'll apologize to you, okay? Is this something that can be solved with an apology? The brawny young man was so angry that he laughed. Wang Zicheng's temper also rose as he roared, Then what do you want? The brawny young man said, Give me all the treasures you got here. There's nothing here, how can there be treasures? Wang Zicheng said angrily. How can there be no treasures in the ruins left behind by a war emperor? Do you think I'm stupid? Selfish bastard, die for me. The brawny young man's hair shot into the heavens as he threw out another punch. His aura reached the rainbow and shook the entire island. It's true, I'm not lying to you. Ask him if you don't believe me. Wang Zicheng anxiously pointed at Qin Feiyang. The brawny young man frowned, stopped in the air, and turned to look at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang said, "We really didn't find anything here." He was not lying. Previously, under the magma, he and Wang Zicheng had searched carefully, but they did not find anything. What kind of ruins is this if there are no treasures? The brawny young man scanned the cave, his rough face filled with anger. Wang Zicheng frowned. "Big bull, shouldn't you be in the inner sea? Why you here? Are you following me?" "Following you? You think too highly of yourself. I've discovered this ruin long ago, but I haven't been able to break the barrier at the entrance." The young man snorted coldly. Wang Zicheng said, "So, you didn't stay in the inner sea after we separated last time?" "That's right. After we separated, I came here directly to find a way to break the barrier, but I haven't found any clues. Just as I was about to leave, you guys came. I thought that there would be some great treasure in here, but I didn't expect that there wouldn't even be a single strand of hair. What a waste of time." The muscular young man said. "I knew it." Qin Feiyang was deep in thought when the young man was telling the story. After the young man finished speaking, he immediately asked, "Did you hear it from that falcon?" "No. That falcon found out about it from me, because I was the first one to discover the ruins." The muscular young man said. "You discovered it?" Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and said, "Don't tell me that you deliberately designed the falcon to tell me the location of the ruins?" "Yes, I deliberately designed it. Because I can't do anything, I want you to try. But I only told it to tell you, but I didn't expect that bastard to secretly follow me. Originally, I was quite unhappy. But on second thought, why don't I take advantage of this opportunity to kill him here?" The muscular young man looked at Wang Zicheng and sneered. Wang Zicheng was furious and shouted, "You bastard, you actually planned to kill me? So what?" The muscular young man looked at him provocatively. Okay, I'll play with you today." Wang Zicheng was so angry that he laughed, and his aura suddenly erupted. "Come on, I'm not afraid of you." The muscular young man laughed angrily, and the muscles all over his body exploded, filled with a destructive force. "Okay, I'll send you to hell today." Wang Zicheng growled, and with a surging aura he charged toward the muscular young man. Seeing this, Qin Feiyang quickly retreated to the side. The battle between the two was not something he could participate in. However, just when Qin Feiyang thought that the two of them would definitely fight until the sky turned dark, Wang Zicheng suddenly turned in the air and rushed into the tunnel like lightning. After that, he rushed towards the deep sea outside without even looking back. What's going on? Running away without fighting? Qin Feiyang was stunned. The muscular young man was also dumbfounded. "Ha, big bull, do you think I'm stupid to fight you head-on? I don't have the energy. I'm going to pick up girls, goodbye." Wang Zicheng's complacent laughter echoed in the tunnel. "Bastard, don't run." The muscular young man was immediately furious and chased after Wang Zicheng. That's it? Qin Feiyang's expression was strange. Why did he feel that the relationship between these two was like his relationship with Wang Yu? These two are really the best. He shook his head, glanced at the grotto in disappointment, and also flew toward the tunnel. He came here full of expectations, but he did not expect to return disappointed. His efforts were in vain. Qin Feiyang, wait. But suddenly, a voice entered Qin Feiyang's ears. What's wrong? Qin Feiyang stopped and lowered his head to look at the spirit snake emperor coiled around his wrist. This emperor seems to have found something? After the spirit snake emperor finished speaking, it flew out and floated somewhere on the left side of the grotto. Its ethereal little eyes kept scanning the stone wall in front of it. Qin Feiyang turned around and saw that there was a broken hole in the wall in front of the spirit snake emperor. It was the result of the punch from the muscular young man. He walked over suspiciously and stood beside the spirit snake emperor to observe it closely, but he did not find anything strange. Just when he was about to ask, the spirit snake emperor suddenly raised its head and looked at the top of the hole. The rocks there were also broken. There is indeed a problem. A few seconds later, a light flashed across the spirit snake emperor's eyes. What problem? Qin Feiyang was surprised. Shua! The spirit snake emperor flew up, raised its tail, and pointed at the broken rock, saying, "Come and take a look. Is there a ray of light that is different from the magma in this crack?" Different light from the magma? Qin Feiyang was startled, and hurriedly flew to the side of the spirit snake emperor and looked over. Soon, a trace of surprise crept up in his eyes. Between the cracks of this rock, there was indeed a ray of light of a different color. This grotto had been burned by the magma all year round and had long turned red. However, the light that seeped out from the cracks of the rock was white. It was just that it was very weak. If one did not look carefully, they would not be able to find it. Could it be that there is something hidden inside? Qin Feiyang looked at the spirit snake emperor. Could it be the treasure left behind by the war emperor? The spirit snake emperor also looked at Qin Feiyang. Immediately, the man and the snake were both in high spirits. Qin Feiyang immediately raised his hand, placed it on the rock, and shook it forcefully. Boom! Accompanied by a low and deep sound, a large piece of rock instantly shattered. A bright cave immediately appeared in front of Qin Feiyang and the spirit snake emperor. At the same time, a terrifying stream of heat surged out from the cave. This heat current was actually countless times more terrifying than the temperature of the magma. Even the 9 Stars War Sect's spirit snake emperor could not withstand it. Qin Feiyang immediately activated a battle chi barrier to protect the spirit snake emperor. Following closely, Qin Feiyang and the spirit snake emperor scanned the cave in front of them. The cave was about 50 to 60 feet tall, and a palm-sized flame floated in the middle. However, this flame was different from other flames. This flame was completely white, like a bone flame. It was clearly emitting an extremely high temperature, but it gave off a gloomy and cold feeling. And the light they saw outside was the light emitted by this pill fire. Below the flame, there was a jade box lying quietly on the ground, covered in a thick layer of dust. Other than that, there was nothing else in the cave. Qin Feiyang and the spirit snake emperor looked at each other, and both of them rushed into the cave and landed in front of the white flame. The temperature is so high, it should be a pill fire, right? The spirit snake emperor looked at it for a while and said suspiciously, "Let's give it a try. If we can sign a blood contract, it will definitely be a pill fire." Qin Feiyang cut his finger, and drops of purple gold dragon blood continuously flowed towards the white flame. A moment later, the flame suddenly emitted a wisp of blood light. Seeing this situation, Qin Feiyang and the spirit snake emperor were overjoyed, because this was the sign of a successful blood contract. After successfully signing the blood contract, a wave of information also entered Qin Feiyang's mind. At that moment, his body trembled, and a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. "What is it?" The spirit snake emperor looked at him in surprise. Qin Feiyang said excitedly, "This is a pill fire, and it's a 7th grade pill fire." What? The spirit snake emperor was dumbfounded. Their luck was too heaven-defying. How long had it been since they came to Qinghai, and they actually encountered a 7th grade pill fire? "I didn't expect it, I really didn't expect it." Qin Feiyang laughed heartily. Now, as long as he could get the 7th grade pill fire in the internal sea, he would only need one more. It seemed that it wouldn't be long before the Nether Devil Flame could be upgraded to the 8th grade. Sure enough, luck was on his side, and he couldn't stop it. Qin Feiyang bent down again and grabbed the jade box on the ground. If the pill fire was 7th grade, then the thing in the jade box must be even more amazing. He couldn't wait to open it. However, he was surprised to find that he couldn't open the jade box. What's going on? Qin Feiyang was stunned. The spirit snake emperor's eyes were also full of surprise. Qin Feiyang tried a few more times, and simply put it away, and said to the spirit snake emperor, "We'll study this later, quickly look for other things." One man and one snake immediately got up in the cave. "Come and see, what's this white powder?" After a few breaths, the spirit snake emperor's surprised voice suddenly sounded. Qin Feiyang hurried over and looked down at the ground, which was covered with a layer of white powder. He squatted on the ground, stretched out his index finger, dipped it with the tip of his finger, put it on the tip of his nose and sniffed, and suddenly frowned. "Can you smell it?" The spirit snake emperor asked. Qin Feiyang nodded and said, "This is the ashes of a person who should be the owner of this pill fire." I see. The spirit snake emperor suddenly lost interest, but suddenly seemed to think of something and said, "Since he died here, his Qinkuan bag should also be here. Why don't I see it? The temperature here is so high, even if there was a Qinkuan bag, it would have been burned to ashes." Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. "That's right." The spirit snake emperor nodded and then turned its head to look elsewhere. Chapter 1003. But in the end, it ended in disappointment. In the cave, there were no other secret rooms or compartments. There were no other treasures. However, Qin Feiyang was content. Not to mention what was in the jade box, just the 7th grade pill fire. This trip to Qinghai was not in vain. Putting away the 7th grade pill fire, a man and a snake rushed out of the cave. The phantom snake emperor turned into an exquisite jade bracelet and wrapped around Qin Feiyang's wrist. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and a stream of battle qi rushed into the cave. The cave immediately collapsed. The ashes would be buried here forever. "It's time to leave," Qin Feiyang whispered, then turned and rushed into the tunnel, flying out of the sea like lightning. In fact, this time, although it was the phantom snake emperor who found the cave, the real person who should be grateful was that blockhead. After all, if it wasn't for that blockhead who smashed the stone wall with one punch, the phantom snake emperor would have found the cave. Along the way, Qin Feiyang could clearly sense the aura of Wang Zicheng and the other man. A moment later, he finally rushed out of the tunnel and entered the deep sea. The water avoidance pearl was glowing with a dim luster, isolating all the water pressure. He waved his hand again, collapsed the tunnel, and rushed to the sea. Boom! Flash! Very soon, he immediately sensed a series of powerful ripples of battle. 10 breaths passed. Finally, Qin Feiyang rushed out of the sea and stood in the sky, looking at the island in front of him. He saw Wang Zicheng and the young man fighting in the air above the island. The terrifying aura was earth-shattering, the nearby sea waves were monstrous, and the island was about to be torn apart. As for the ferocious beasts on the island, they had already fled. "Big barbarian bull, are you done yet?" Wang Zicheng shouted. He was still defending and looked very embarrassed. "I said that I will tear you apart today." The young man's aura was like thunder, and an invisible force roared in all directions. He was like a giant spirit god, and his every move could shake the sky. "Damn. Do you really think that I can't do anything to you? Tai Ching illusion." Wang Zicheng roared at the sky, and another Wang Zicheng appeared beside him. The two kings grew up to be exactly the same. Even their behavior and strength were the same. Those who didn't know would definitely think that the two of them were twins. "Beat him up." Following closely. With a low roar, the two Wang Zicheng moved together, attacking the young man from the left and right. Faced with the storm-like attacks of the two Wang Zicheng, the muscular young man was a little flustered. A short while later, his body was riddled with wounds. Is this a cloning technique? Spirit Serpent Emperor was bewildered. Qin Feiyang was silent, but his eyes were extremely solemn. The brawny young man's battle prowess was obvious to all and could not be underestimated. However, Wang Zicheng's strength was also somewhat astonishing. The strength displayed by the doppelganger was in no way inferior to Wang Zicheng's real body. In other words, the young man was now facing two Wang Zicheng at his peak. Boom! After a dozen breaths of intense battle, the youth was sent flying by Wang Zicheng's avatar with a single palm strike, causing him to wildly vomit blood. Hee. However, when the brawny young man stabilized his body, he grinned without the slightest fear. "Your Tai Ching illusion is still as headache-inducing as ever. However, you should also know my strength. The Tai Ching illusion is useless against me." King Ming's celestial phenomenon. At the end of his words, the brawny young man suddenly roared towards the sky. A shocking scene appeared. His 2-meter-tall body began to grow with the wind. In the blink of an eye, a 5-meter-tall giant appeared. The muscles all over his body were like a dragon, releasing a destructive aura. "Have a taste of my fist." The brawny young man waved his millstone-sized fist and furiously smashed it towards Wang Zicheng. Wang Zicheng's expression changed as he quickly retreated. However, the doppelganger was shattered by the brawny young man's punch. Wang Zicheng spat out a mouthful of blood and said angrily, "I'll ask you one last time. Do you really want to fight to the death today? Do I look like I'm joking?" The brawny young man punched again, and a terrifying force shook the surroundings. It was simple and violent. "All right. Then don't blame me for being impolite." Azure Dragon Seal. Wang Zicheng's gaze turned cold as he once again used the Tai Ching illusion, and another doppelganger appeared. Following that, the original body and the doppelganger raised their hands at the same time and placed them in front of their chests to form seals. A destructive aura quickly rolled out from between their hands, destroying everything in all directions. Azure Dragon Seal. The brawny young man's gaze froze, and his expression became extremely solemn. It was obvious that he was also quite afraid of Wang Zicheng's move. These two people are too terrifying. They are strong enough to be considered heroes below the War Emperor. The Spirit Snake Emperor said in a low voice. "That's right." Qin Feiyang nodded. If the War Emperor did not appear, no one would be able to take them down. They were two true invincible kings. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang seemed to have discovered something as he turned to look at the other side of the island. He immediately saw a group of people rushing over. How did they find this place? Qin Feiyang was bewildered as a cold light flashed in his eyes. Because the person in the lead was the white-haired old man. At the same time, the white-haired old man and the others also entered the island and stood in the distance, watching the battle between Wang Zicheng and the brawny young man. "It's them." Wang Zicheng naturally also noticed the white-haired old man and frowned slightly. But the white-haired old man did not recognize Wang Zicheng. Because Wang Zicheng's current appearance had become old. Why do I feel a sense of familiarity from the aura he's emitting? However, among the group of people behind the white-haired old man, someone noticed something strange. That's right. I remember now. His aura is exactly the same as the person who helped Ancestor Mu escape. But that's not right. Wasn't it a young man who helped Ancestor Mu escape? The group of people were bewildered. No, it's him. His appearance can be changed, but his aura is very difficult to change. Furthermore, the way you look at him is exactly the same as that person's. The white-haired old man looked at Wang Zicheng seriously for a moment, and killing intent flashed in his old eyes. In that case, it really is him. So it's him who's fighting with someone. Is Ancestor Mu also nearby? The group of people immediately scanned their surroundings. Finally, the white-haired old man discovered Qin Feiyang, who was standing in the air above the sea, and a trace of coldness crept up his old face. "I'll kill him alone. You guys go and help that burly man kill that person." Immediately, the white-haired old man ordered, and with a murderous aura, he swept towards Qin Feiyang. The other 31 9-star battle saints also immediately charged towards Wang Zicheng. "Oh no, I've been recognized." Seeing this, Wang Zicheng's heart trembled. He hurriedly looked at the burly young man and said anxiously, "Big barbarian bull, we're in trouble. Quickly stop." The burly young man glanced at the 31 9-star battle saints who were charging towards him. He raised his thick eyebrows and shouted, "All of you, get lost. Don't misunderstand. We're here to help you." A middle-aged man smiled kindly. "Do I still need your help? This is a personal grudge between me and him. Get lost immediately." The burly young man roared. His voice was like thunder, shaking the ears of the group of people. "You don't know what's good for you. Kill the two of them together." The middle-aged man laughed sinisterly. The 31 9-star battle saints waved their arms in unison. Streaks of battle aura roared out, drowning the sky. "You're courting death." The burly young man was furious. He immediately abandoned Wang Zicheng and charged towards the 31 9-star battle saints. His entire body was boiling with battle intent, and there was not the slightest bit of fear. "Ha, big barbarian bull, I knew that you haven't forgotten about me, your brother. Today, let's work together again and kill all these reckless fellows." Wang Zicheng laughed loudly and also charged over with his doppelganger. Who wants to work together with you? Just these pieces of trash, I alone am enough. The burly young man smiled disdainfully, displaying an incomparable domineering aura. Without a doubt, the 31 9-star battle saints were completely enraged. They were all 9-star battle saints, but he actually dared to call them trash. Too arrogant. At the same time, in the sky above the sea, Qin Feiyong looked at the white-haired old man approaching and snorted coldly, "You're really like a lingering spirit." The white-haired old man turned his head and glanced at Wang Zicheng and Wang Zicheng. He then looked at Qin Feiyong and sneered, "I have to thank the two of them. If they weren't fighting here, I wouldn't have known that you were hiding here." The white-haired old man originally planned to go to the inland sea and wait there. However, when he passed by the island, he suddenly felt the fluctuations of a battle here. Thus, he curiously came over to take a look. He didn't expect that Qin Feiyong would be here. Qin Feiyong frowned and shook his head with a smile. "Laugh while you still have time, because you won't be able to laugh soon." "Really?" The white-haired old man smiled playfully. Qin Feiyong glanced at Wang Zicheng and Wang Zicheng and said indifferently, "Didn't you notice their strength? The group of trash you brought isn't enough to fill the gaps between their teeth. You don't have to worry about that." The white-haired old man chuckled. He indeed didn't know the strength of Wang Zicheng and Wang Zicheng, but the 31 people he brought were all 9-star battle saints. 2 9-star battle saints against 31 9-star battle saints. Even if the two of them were heaven-defying, they still had no chance of winning. "Is that so? Then let's wait and see," Qin Feiyong said. "Wait and see? You're too naive. Do you think I'll give you a chance to struggle at death's door?" The white-haired old man's speed became faster and faster. His emperor's aura also emerged and rushed toward Qin Feiyong. Qin Feiyong's eyes flashed and he suddenly said, "Guo Xiangzhong." The white-haired old man's body suddenly trembled and a trace of surprise flashed across his eyes. "It's really you?" Qin Feiyong sneered. Although the white-haired old man didn't respond directly, his reaction was enough to prove everything. "I don't know what you're talking about." The white-haired old man's killing intent surged. No matter what, he had to eliminate this kid today. Otherwise, the Qilin tribe would face a great disaster. However, at this moment, cries of agony echoed in the sky. The white-haired old man was shocked and immediately turned his head to look. His face immediately turned pale with fright. He saw that the tribesmen he brought were as vulnerable as dead wood in front of Wang Zicheng and Wang Zicheng. That was simply a massacre. Chapter 1004. This feels great. Wang Zicheng was delighted. Previously, because of the white-haired old man, he could not fight as freely as he did now. Of course, the burly young man was also a huge factor. Both of them were invincible kings and could share a lot of his burden. Am I someone to be trifled with? Obviously not. All of you, go to hell and repent. Wang Zicheng's hair fluttered in the wind. He was like a god of death, venting the anger in his heart. One had to know. Not long ago, when they escaped, he had burned half of his lifespan. Although he did not seem to care, his heart ached for it. Most importantly, he felt very embarrassed when he escaped in a sorry state. Therefore, he wanted to pay back 10 times, 100 times. Why is it that the current him is different from before? Could it be that something happened before? Looking at Wang Zicheng's current appearance, the burly young man was full of doubts. He knew Wang Zicheng too well. He had seen Wang Zicheng's current appearance more than once. It was obvious that he had used that forbidden skill. In other words, it was highly possible that these people had forced him to use the forbidden skill. Wang Zicheng shouted as he slaughtered in all directions, "Big barbarian bull, they are all my prey. Hurry up and scram to the side." "Bullshit. They are my prey." The burly young man shouted angrily. His 5-meter-tall body was filled with a destructive aura as he stomped in the air. Two middle-aged men were directly stomped into meat patties and died on the spot. His methods were extremely cruel. Scoundrel! Wang Zicheng was not to be outdone. He used the perfect auxiliary skill and rushed to the front of a burly man. With one palm, he shattered the burly man's heart. At the same time, his doppelganger also used the same perfect support-type battle art and instantly killed one of them. They are simply two demons. The remaining 9-star combat saints were scared out of their wits and frantically fled. Isn't it too late to run now? Wang Zicheng smiled coldly and chased after them with his avatar. Scoundrel, you are hunting my prey. Don't blame me for turning hostile. The burly young man shouted angrily and used a mysterious footwork to chase after them. All of them have mastered perfect support-type battle arts. The white-haired old man watched with trepidation. Were the young people of Qinghai so terrifying? Qin Feiyang smiled coldly and said, I told you, the people you brought are not enough to fill the gaps between their teeth. The white-haired old man abruptly turned his head and stared at Qin Feiyang like a ferocious beast choosing its prey. Who they are is not important. What's important is that if you don't go and help, the trash you brought will all die. Qin Feiyang sneered. It's all right. Because you will be buried with them. The white-haired old man was so angry that his hair stood on end. He rushed towards Qin Feiyang with a murderous look. Naive. The corners of Qin Feiyang's mouth curled up slightly. He turned into a stream of light and charged into the sea below. The white-haired old man followed him into the sea. But looking around, there was no trace of Qin Feiyang. It was as if he had vanished into thin air. Where is he? Where are you hiding? Come out. The white-haired old man was so angry that his aura swept in all directions. The calm sea suddenly became turbulent and huge waves covered the sky. At the same time, on the other side of the island, accompanied by 3 desperate screams, the 31 9-star battle saints were also completely annihilated. Their corpses floated in the void and their blood dyed the sky red. Continue our battle. The young man did not stop at all and immediately charged towards Wang Zicheng. I'm not free now. After Wang Zicheng said this, he turned around and flew towards the sea where Qin Feiyang was. What's going on? He's actually worried. What the hell? This selfish bastard is actually worried about others. Is he still the Wang Zicheng I know? The brawny young man was shocked. Then he also flew toward the sea. Boom. Flash. At this moment, the white-haired old man rushed out of the sea with monstrous anger. His eyes were firmly fixed on Wang Zicheng and Wang Zicheng. His clothes and long hair fluttered in the wind. Beneath his feet, the waves were surging. At this moment, he was like a demon king standing on the top of the waves, exuding a terrifying aura. Not good. Run! Wang Zicheng's pupils shrank. He immediately dispersed his doppelganger and turned to escape. The young man looked at the white-haired old man's eyes and could not help but be frightened. He fled with Wang Zicheng. Both of you will die. The white-haired old man let out a fierce roar. Like an arrow, he suddenly tore through the air. In just a few blinks of an eye, he was in front of Wang Zicheng and Wang Zicheng. The two of them braked and stopped in the void. They looked at the white-haired old man with gloomy faces. What should we do? The young man asked secretly. Wang Zicheng said, What else can we do? We can only rely on your forbidden technique. The young man raised his eyebrows and sneered, Don't you also have a forbidden technique? Why don't you activate it? You want to trick me? Trick your sister? If I could activate it, would I beg you? Wang Zicheng said angrily. The young man's heart skipped a beat as he sent a voice transmission. When did you activate the forbidden technique? Wang Zicheng said in a deep voice, Not long ago. In fact, it lasted for about 50 breaths. The young man's eyes widened and he said in shock and anger, 50 breaths? You really don't want to live anymore. Can you cut the crap now and kill him with your forbidden technique? Wang Zicheng roared anxiously. In the blink of an eye, the white-haired old man pointed his index finger in the air and a resplendent battle chi appeared. It carried a bone-chilling killing intent as it roared towards Wang Zicheng and Wang Zicheng. Fuck. Seems like we'll have to fight with our lives on the line today. Blood burn. The young man gritted his teeth and a scarlet blood mist rose from his body. Roar. Immediately after, his 5-meter-tall body expanded once more. However, he seemed to be in pain and let out a beast-like roar. However, the aura he exuded was increasing wildly. The white-haired old man was surprised, but his old face was instantly filled with a sneer as he said, "There is an insurmountable gap between a war emperor and a war saint. No matter how hard you struggle, no matter how hard you try, you won't be able to block this old man's attack. After all, you are just an ant." Roar! The young man turned a deaf ear to him and continued to roar towards the sky. His aura also became more and more terrifying. Finally, his swollen body stopped. However, at this moment, his tall and sturdy body was more than 100 feet tall, as if a giant spirit god had descended. "Old bastard, you're too arrogant." Immediately after, the young man punched down. Just his fist alone was like a small mountain. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening sound, the white-haired old man's battle chi was actually shattered by him. Damn, this is simply divine power. On the surface of the sea, a head popped out. It was Qin Feiyang. Seeing this scene, his eyes were filled with shock. A 9-star war saint was able to disperse the war emperor's battle chi with a single punch. How terrifying was this power? The white-haired old man was also dumbfounded and filled with disbelief. "So what if you're a war emperor? If you provoke me, I'll still destroy you." The young man directly stomped towards the white-haired old man. It was as if he was possessed by a demon, domineering and overbearing. "Then come and try." The white-haired old man sneered and quickly rushed up to the sky, slapping the young man's foot with his palm. The battle chi in his palm surged and with an unparalleled sharpness, it tore the flesh on the young man's foot into pieces. However, this aroused the young man's battle intent and anger. He roared and stomped down with all his might. The white-haired old man in the air was shocked to find that he could not block this force and kept sinking down. Moreover, there was even a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. How is this possible? Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled. This blockhead actually injured the white-haired old man? How strong was his power at this moment? Hee. Although we are all 9-star war saints, once we put our lives on the line, we can still kill a 1-star war emperor. Because we are the Blue Sea's 10 heroes, the kings of the Blue Sea. No one can defeat us. Wang Zicheng stood in the air and looked down at the white-haired old man with an air of arrogance. What? Qin Feiyang's heart trembled. So these two were the Blue Sea's 10 heroes. No wonder they were so unbelievably strong. I don't care if you are the Blue Sea's 10 heroes or the Blue Sea's 10 dogs. Anyone who provokes me must die. The white-haired old man shouted. He clenched his 5 fingers into a fist and punched the young man's foot. Bang! The young man roared in pain and his huge body fell down, smashing onto the island below. A few tall mountain ridges were instantly razed to the ground. Wang Zicheng raised his eyebrows. "Old bastard, you have completely infuriated me." The young man roared and jumped up. His mountain-like fists smashed towards the white-haired old man crazily. "An ant will always be an ant. Even if you have the strength to fight against the combat emperor, once I use my battle art, you will be nothing but a chicken or a dog. You won't be able to withstand a single blow." The white-haired old man landed on the broken ground and looked at the two with disdain. At the same time, he formed a seal with his hands in front of his chest. A shocking aura spread out. It was obvious that he was practicing some kind of battle art. "Hey, did you forget about me?" Before the white-haired old man could finish his words, a sneer sounded behind him. When did he go over?" Qin Feiyang stared at Wang Zicheng in disbelief. He was still in the air just a moment ago. How did he suddenly appear behind the white-haired old man? Moreover, he was holding a dagger in his hand that was shining coldly. However, when he saw the blood mist rising from Wang Zicheng's body, he understood. Wang Zicheng had also activated the forbidden skill. But there was another problem. Wang Zicheng needed the correct posture and chant to activate the forbidden skill, right? But he didn't see Wang Zicheng preparing for it just now. The white-haired old man was also in disbelief. This speed was too ridiculously fast, wasn't it? Even he didn't notice it? The big bull is just a cover. I am the one who is going to take your life. Wang Zicheng's eyes were filled with killing intent. The dagger in his hand directly pierced into the white-haired old man's sea of energy. Ah! The white-haired old man instantly screamed. His old face was filled with hatred and indignation. Even if I die, I will drag you down to hell with me. The combat emperor was a combat emperor after all. Even if his sea of energy was destroyed and his cultivation was lost, he didn't give up resisting. He suddenly turned around and slammed his palm towards Wang Zicheng's chest. Heh! Wang Zicheng grinned. He moved his feet slightly and retreated a few feet away. The white-haired old man missed his attack and lost his balance. He fell to the ground, looking extremely pathetic. So powerful! Chapter 1005. 31 9-star warriors and a 1-star combat emperor all died here. This was the strength of the 10 heroes of the Azure Sea. No wonder the one-armed old man repeatedly warned him to be careful of these 10 people on the beach. He didn't take it seriously at first. They were not old monsters or living fossils. How powerful could they be? But when he saw them with his own eyes, he found that they were even more terrifying than what the one-armed old man had said. He didn't expect to meet the 10 heroes of the Azure Sea so soon. And he met 2 of them. The young man's body had changed. He must have used some kind of forbidden skill. What a group of scary guys. Qin Feiyang muttered in a low voice. He took a deep breath and then turned into a stream of light, flying toward Wang Zicheng and Wang Zicheng. The blood mist on their bodies was dissipating. The young man's body shrank rapidly and finally returned to his normal height. Compared to before, he seemed to have aged a little. Obviously, this forbidden technique of his also paid the price of his blood and lifespan. Qin Feiyang landed beside Wang Zicheng and shook his head with a smile. I didn't expect you to be the famous 10 heroes of the Azure Sea. You don't know? The young man was surprised. Qin Feiyang shook his head. The young man said, "This is strange. Isn't Wang Zicheng close to you? Why didn't he tell you?" "I'm afraid of scaring him." Wang Zicheng snorted. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and said, "Do I look like I'm scared? But then again, you're hiding something. Are you secretly plotting something?" "It's possible. Let me tell you. He's not reliable. Don't trust him. Otherwise, you'll have to count the money for him when he sells you." The young man sneered without hesitation. Wang Zicheng glared at him and shouted, "Don't talk nonsense and ruin my reputation." "Do you still have a reputation? Ridiculous." The young man gave him the middle finger with a look of disdain. Qin Feiyang could tell that the 2 of them were enemies. Then, he turned around and walked to the white-haired old man. The white-haired old man struggled to raise his head and stared at Qin Feiyang and the other 2, his eyes full of resentment. Qin Feiyang said indifferently, "Although your current appearance is different from Guoxiangzhong, I can confirm that you are the Qilin tribe's steward Guoxiangzhong." "How did you know?" Guoxiangzhong said gloomily. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, "Because I have a spy in your Qilin tribe. Moreover, this spy's status in the Qilin tribe isn't low." Guoxiangzhong was bewildered. "I can't tell you, but one day in the future, you will meet him in the underworld. Now, answer my question. As long as you answer truthfully, I'll give you a quick death." "Were you the one who ambushed me last night?" Qin Feiyang said. Guoxiangzhong grinned, looking rather ferocious. Qin Feiyang looked at him deeply, then turned to look at Wang Zicheng and the other 2, and laughed. "He is your prey, you can deal with him." Wang Zicheng glanced at the white-clothed old man and said, "Just throw him into the sea to feed the fish," but, at this point, he chuckled and rushed towards the white-haired old man like lightning. His target was the white-haired old man's cosmos bag. "Don't even think about it." Almost at the same time, the young man roared. His fan-like hand quickly reached out and grabbed Wang Zicheng's arm. He was crippled by this young master, so the cosmos bag naturally belongs to this young master. "What are you snatching?" Wang Zicheng said angrily. "Without me fighting him head-on, would you have found a chance to cripple him?" The young man snorted from his nose and threw Wang Zicheng out like a ball. Following closely, he took a step forward and snatched the white-haired old man's cosmos bag. How hateful! To think that I, a dignified war king, would actually lose to 3 brats. I'm unwilling. The white-haired old man roared in grief and indignation. Even if you're unwilling, you still have to die. The young man's gaze turned cold, and with a kick, the white-haired old man's head exploded like a watermelon. Qin Feiyang was secretly speechless. This guy was even more ferocious than Wang Zicheng. What was even more terrifying was that although this person's limbs were well developed, his mind was not simple at all. You big barbarian bull, you've gone too far. At this time, Wang Zicheng, who was thrown out by the young man, roared angrily. What is it? You still want to fight? With your current state, even if you use all your skills, you won't have the slightest chance of winning. The young man lowered his head and said coldly as he checked the white-haired old man's cosmos bag. All right. I'll consider myself unlucky today. Let's see who will have the last laugh. Wang Zicheng glared at him fiercely, then sat at the side and closed his eyes to recuperate. Afraid of you? The young man looked at him with disdain and continued to check the cosmos bag. After a while, he raised his eyebrows and said angrily, You're at least so old, but you don't even have a decent treasure. What a disappointment. After saying that, he clenched his big hand and directly crushed the cosmos bag. Then he sat cross-legged on the ground, took a healing pill, and began to recuperate. Qin Feiyang was surprised. He noticed that the healing pill that the burly young man had consumed actually had 5 pill veins. He walked to Wang Zicheng's side and asked quietly, Brother Wang, is your friend an alchemist? Do you think he looks like an alchemist? Wang Zicheng rolled his eyes at him. No, he doesn't. Qin Feiyang shook his head and then asked, Then where did the healing pill he took just now come from? Wang Zicheng said, A friend of his refined it. Of course, he's also my friend. Friend? Is he one of the 10 heroes of Qinghai? Qin Feiyang asked. Wang Zicheng nodded, then opened his eyes and looked at Qin Feiyang. He said suspiciously, Why are you asking about this? Do you want to ask him to refine pills? But I advise you to give up. Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked, Why? This person is unreasonable and difficult to get along with. Moreover, he never refines pills for strangers. Even if old friends like us ask him to refine pills for them, he will ask for compensation. To put it bluntly, he's a person who only cares about profits. Wang Zicheng said with a trace of annoyance on his face. Qin Feiyang said with a smile, He's an alchemist. Of course he's a little arrogant. So what if he's an alchemist? I'm not an alchemist, but I'm still a tyrant in Qinghai, right? Wang Zicheng said disdainfully. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. It seemed that this guy was very prejudiced against alchemists. Wang Zicheng said again, However, since we're brothers, if you really want to refine pills, I can help you find him. There's no need for that. After all, I'm not inferior to anyone when it comes to alchemy. Qin Feiyang said with a faint smile. Wang Zicheng was stunned. He looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise and asked secretly, Brother, you're not an alchemist, are you? Qin Feiyang chuckled and said, I'm going to take a look around the island. Then he turned around and left. After Qin Feiyang left, the young man opened his eyes and looked at Qin Feiyang's back. He then turned to look at Wang Zicheng and said, Your friend is a little mysterious. Wang Zicheng said, I've already noticed it. I don't need you to remind me. The young man didn't argue for once and asked, Who is he? Wang Zicheng frowned and said, I heard him say that he's the Chief Tower Master's personal disciple, but I feel that he's just bragging. The Chief Tower Master's personal disciple. The young man's eyes flashed and said, I don't think so. Do you like to go against this young master's tune? Wang Zicheng said angrily. I'm not going to disagree with you this time. When Guoxiangzhong chased him into the sea to kill him, did you notice anything? The young man said. Wang Zicheng looked at him suspiciously and said, I was too engrossed in killing and didn't notice. You didn't notice, but I did. After Guoxiangzhong chased him into the sea, he immediately went crazy. This means that he didn't find him when he chased him into the sea. In other words, the moment he entered the sea, he escaped from Guoxiangzhong's sight. Let me ask you, can you do it in such a short time? The young man said. Unless I activate a forbidden technique. Wang Zicheng said. Yes, you need to activate a forbidden technique. But this person is only a 1-star battle saint. How did he do it? So I guess that this person must be hiding some amazing means. It's not impossible for someone like him to be valued by the chief tower master. The young man said. That makes sense. Wang Zicheng nodded, his eyes filled with an inexplicable color. Seems like he's up to something again. The young man looked at Wang Zicheng's eyes, his rough face full of disdain. At the same time, Qin Feiyang arrived at a forest. He glanced around and instantly disappeared without a trace. In the ancient castle, Lu Hong and the others opened their eyes and looked at him with concern. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "It's okay, you guys continue to cultivate." Then he took out the jade box, wiped off the dust on it, and carefully observed it. The jade box was made of a very rare jade without any impurities or flaws. After wiping off the dust, it emitted a hazy glow. However, there was not a single crack on the jade box. If it was not for the obvious traces of polishing, he would definitely think that it was a complete piece of jade. Could there be some kind of mechanism? The Spirit Serpent Emperor asked. Qin Feiyang said, "The jade box is only so big. If there was a mechanism, I would have found it." Then what should we do? Are we just going to watch? The Spirit Serpent Emperor said. How can such a small thing be difficult for me? Qin Feiyang grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Then with a flip of his hand, Chang Shui appeared out of thin air. Chang Shui could even break Mu Tianyang's ribs, let alone this thing. However, he was very careful. After all, no one knew what was inside the jade box. If it was really a treasure, it would be a huge loss if Chang Shui damaged it. Chapter 1006. Chang Shui was invincible. The crack on the jade box was getting bigger and bigger. Buzz. Suddenly, wisps of 5-colored divine light shot out from the crack. It was extremely dazzling. Moreover, there was a strong fragrance spreading out. What is it? In an instant, everyone in the castle opened their eyes and looked at the jade box in surprise. Because the fragrance was too special. It was not a medicinal fragrance, nor was it a fragrance. It was a very strong fruit fragrance. Furthermore, smelling this fruity aroma made one feel relaxed and refreshed, making one feel comfortable all over. Qin Feiyang became more and more careful, because it was obvious that there might be some kind of fruit in the jade box. And one thing for sure was that it was definitely not an ordinary fruit. After all, if it was just an ordinary fruit, the jade box would not be sealed so tightly. Dozens of breaths later, Qin Feiyang finally cut the jade box in half. And just as the jade box was opened, beams of intense 5-colored divine light illuminated the whole castle. Qin Feiyang and the others looked at the contents of the jade box with bewilderment in their eyes. Inside the jade box, there were 3 fruits that were about the size of an egg. They were multicolored and emitted a strong fruity fragrance. What kind of fruit is this? I don't think I've seen it before. Wolf King was suspicious. The double-winged snow eagle said, "I've never seen it before either." Swish. Everyone looked at Qin Feiyang. As the son of an emperor, Qin Feiyang had read a lot of books since he was young. He definitely knew what kind of fruit it was. Qin Feiyang looked at everyone and shook his head. "Don't look at me. I don't know either." "What? Even you don't know?" Everyone looked at each other. Qin Feiyang grabbed a fruit, looked at it for a moment, and said, "But these 3 fruits don't look like something that will take people's lives. Don't mess around. Although they look harmless, who knows if that's the case? If there is a strong poison hidden in them, the loss will outweigh the gain." Lu Hong quickly grabbed Qin Feiyang's wrist and advised. There was a saying that the more beautiful something was, the more one had to be careful. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Don't worry, I won't act recklessly." Wolf King rolled his eyes and looked at the 2-winged snow eagle. He smiled and said, "Old eagle, why don't you give it a try?" Scram. The double-winged snow eagle glared at Wolf King. Wasn't he using it as a lab rat? Lu Hong said, "Why don't we ask Li He? He's the manager of the trading pavilion and has seen a lot. Maybe he knows the origin of this fruit." "All right. Qin Feiyang nodded and took out an image crystal. A short while later, Yan Wei's illusory figure appeared. Looking at the people in the castle, Yan Wei smiled and said, "Everyone is here." The two-winged snow eagle teased, "Old Yan, you've been eating and drinking at the trading pavilion every day. Even I can't help but envy you. If I had to choose, I'd rather follow you outside and take risks." Yan Wei smiled bitterly, looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, "What's the matter?" Qin Feiyang nodded and said, "Go find Li He immediately. I have something to ask him." Yan Wei turned off the image crystal. Qin Feiyang and the others looked at the fruit while waiting for Yan Wei's message. About 10 breaths later, the image crystal in Qin Feiyang's hand suddenly made a sound. "It's coming." Everyone looked at the image crystal impatiently. "Calm down, don't be so impatient." Qin Feiyang looked at everyone, shook his head and smiled. He then mobilized a trace of battle qi and poured it into the image crystal. At the same time, Lu Hong and the others also quickly retreated to a corner to avoid being discovered by Li He. So, two figures appeared. It was Yan Wei and Li He. Li He laughed and said, "Little brother, this is the first time you've taken the initiative to look for me. It's rare." Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "It's because you're busy and I don't want to disturb you." Li He rolled his eyes and said, "Don't say such polite words. Just say it. What do you want to ask?" Qin Feiyang raised his hand, and the 5-colored fruit immediately appeared in front of Yan Wei and Li He. "What's this?" Li He looked at the fruit and looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Qin Feiyang said, "That's what I want to ask. Do you know what fruit this is?" Li He was stunned. He looked at the fruit carefully for a moment and shook his head. "I've never seen it before." "Even you haven't seen it before?" Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. This was a little unbelievable. Li He smiled and said, "I've never seen it before, but if you need, this old man can help you check it out." "Where'd check?" Qin Feiyang asked. This old man remembers that the pavilion master has an ancient history book that records all kinds of rare treasures. Maybe there's information about this fruit. Li said. Qin Feiyang nodded in realization and said with a smile, "Then I'll leave it to you." "Is that it? Shouldn't you say something?" Li He looked displeased. Qin Feiyang's face twitched. This was just a small matter, yet he still wanted him to express his gratitude. This old man was too worldly. He smiled playfully and asked, "Then tell me, what do you want?" Cough cough. Last time in the Fire Phoenix Mountain Range, this old man helped Yan Wei open the door of potential. Speaking of this, Li He didn't say anything. He laughed meaningfully, obviously thinking about the potential pill, and small creation pill. Yan Wei said with a dark face, "Old Li, you're taking the opportunity to blackmail me." Li He stroked his beard and said with a smile, "Blackmail? That doesn't exist. This is just an equivalent exchange." What a sanctimonious old fox. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes and nodded. "All right, as long as you can find out, I'll give you this pill." "You're the one who said it. Don't go back on your word. This old man will immediately investigate." Li He immediately became excited, opened a transmission door, and left in a hurry. When the transmission door dissipated, Yan Wei frowned, looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, "You really want to give him the potential pill? We'll talk about it when the time comes." "Oh right, has Fu Anshan made any moves in the past 2 days?" Qin Feiyang asked. Mentioning this matter, Yan Wei's expression became slightly serious and said, "This morning, a person came to Divine City." "Who is it?" Qin Feiyang frowned. "A person called Shen Feiyun. The moment he appeared, he caused a huge commotion in Divine City. Even the chief tower master was alarmed. Later, I asked Li He. It turned out that when this person was young, he was actually on the same level as Gongsun Bei." Yan Wei said. Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned, shook his head and said with a smile, "I didn't expect him to really go back." Yan Wei said in surprise, "You know him?" Qin Feiyang said with a smile, "Didn't I tell you that there was an accident in Qinghai City, and this accident is related to Shen Feiyun? Then is he an enemy or a friend?" Yan Wei said. Qin Feiyang thought for a moment and said, "Not an enemy, but not a friend. After he went back, Did he find trouble with Fu Anshan? The first person he came to Divine City was Fu Anshan, and he even fought with Fu Anshan in public. If Gong Sun Bei didn't come to stop him in time, I'm afraid someone would have died. Yan Wei said. Did Shin Feiyun mention me and young Master Hao? Qin Feiyang asked again. He didn't. But I heard that Shin Feiyun's son died in the hands of Fu Anshan's son, and Fu Anshan's son was also killed by Shin Feiyun. Yan Wei said. I see. Continue to pay attention to Fu Anshan. Qin Feiyang said. Yan Wei nodded. Then Qin Feiyang turned off the image crystal. The double-winged snow eagle immediately said with a smile, I didn't expect Shin Feiyun to be so loyal. He didn't give you up. You're too naive. Young Master Hao Wang Yu, and I can't get away from this matter. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said. The double-winged snow eagle was stunned and asked in confusion, What do you mean? Although Shin Feiyun didn't mention us in Divine City, Fu Anshan will definitely send people to Qinghai City to investigate this matter after receiving the news of Fu Xiong's death. At that time, young Master Hao Wang Yu and I didn't disguise ourselves. He'll know it's us if he asks around. So, I'm afraid our situation will be more dangerous in the future. Qin Feiyang sighed. I don't think so. Even if he knows you have something to do with Fu Xiong's death, he won't dare to do anything to you. After all, he can't afford to offend you now, let alone young Master Hao and Wang Yu. The double-winged snow eagle said. But don't forget that we're in Qinghai City now, far away from the Emperor. But it's more interesting this way. It'll be too boring if it's peaceful all the way. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. People always say that we want to see the world in chaos. Now, I think you're the one who wants to see the world in chaos. The double-winged snow eagle rolled its eyes at Qin Feiyang. It doesn't matter if it's chaotic or not. As long as he dares to come, I'll make sure he won't be able to return. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed coldly. He kept the 3 fruits and left the ancient castle. He returned to Wang Zicheng and Wang Yu, and closed his eyes to cultivate. It was a quiet night. The next morning, Qin Feiyang opened his eyes. 2 beams of light shot out from his eyes. After a night of cultivation, his essence, qi, and spirit had recovered to their peak state. Wang Zicheng also opened his eyes. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, Brother, if you have something urgent to do, you can leave first. Qin Feiyang was startled. He asked suspiciously, Where are you going? Nothing. I'm just going to stay here and cultivate. You saw it too. I activated the forbidden technique twice yesterday. I don't have much time left. So, I have to break through to the combat emperor realm as soon as possible. Wang Zicheng sighed. Qin Feiyang asked, What about the alchemy fire in the internal sea? Don't you want it? Of course. But for the time being, the alchemy fire won't appear. Wang Zicheng smiled. I see. Qin Feiyang nodded in realization. He pondered for a while and smiled. That's great. I'll take the opportunity to cultivate in seclusion for a while. Wang Zicheng looked at him in surprise. He nodded and smiled. Sure. Let's compete and see who can break through first. I'll definitely be the winner. Qin Feiyang smiled confidently. He sat cross-legged on the ground again. Then he took out a battle qi elixir and threw it into his mouth. He began to cultivate. Cultivating was only one of the reasons why he chose to stay. On the other hand, he didn't know where the alchemy fire was. As long as he followed Wang Zicheng, he wouldn't need to waste time to find out. He could go there directly. As for young Master Hao and Wang Yu, he wasn't too worried. After all, Wang Yu was a little devil girl who could even fool Wang Zicheng. Chapter 1007. Time flew by. 3 days later, Divine City. In a secret chamber, Fu Anshan sat on the chair and gripped the armrests tightly with both hands. His old eyes flashed with bone-piercing killing intent. A middle-aged burly man stood respectfully in front of him. This person was more than 9 meters tall. He was dressed in black and his eyes were sharp. There was a hideous scar on the right side of his face that was filled with a ferocious aura. A moment later, Fu Anshan looked up at the middle-aged burly man and said in a deep voice, Did you find out where they went after leaving Qinghai City? We've asked around. It said that someone saw them enter Qinghai City. The middle-aged burly man said. All right. Bring people to Qinghai City immediately. Do it cleanly and don't leave any traces. Fu Anshan said. The middle-aged burly man's pupils constricted and he asked, do we just kill Ancestor Mu or kill them all? Kill them all. Fu Anshan said word by word, his eyes filled with killing intent. The middle-aged burly man's body trembled and he said in a deep voice, this is not child's play. You have to think carefully. That's why you have to make sure nothing goes wrong. Fu Anshan said. All right, I'll try my best. The middle-aged burly man nodded respectfully and turned to leave. Fu Anshan pondered for a moment and took out the image crystal. Buzz. A while later, a middle-aged man's shadow appeared. If Qin Feiyang was here, he would definitely recognize that this person was the leader of the Divine Python tribe. When he saw Fu Anshan, the leader of the Divine Python tribe raised his eyebrows and smiled. Steward Fu, how have you been? Fu Anshan snorted. Aren't you asking the obvious? What do you mean? The leader of the Divine Python tribe was puzzled. Fu Anshan said, I don't believe that the Divine Python tribe hasn't received news that my son, Fu Xiong, has been killed. Oh, that's it. The leader of the Divine Python tribe came to a realization and sighed. I do know about this, but the dead can't come back to life. My condolences. Don't say such useless nonsense. Now, I need you to help me with two things. Fu Anshan said. The leader of the Divine Python tribe said, tell me first. I have to see if I have the ability to do it. You definitely have it. First, help me eliminate Shen Feiyun. Second, help me ascend to the position of Deputy Pavilion Master. Fu Anshan said. Eliminate Shen Feiyun. The chief of the Divine Python tribe raised his eyebrows. Although Shen Feiyun used to be an existence that could stand shoulder to shoulder with Gong Sun Bei, ever since that incident, he has been unable to recover. Thus, he is only a 3-star combat emperor. I believe that with the strength of your Divine Python tribe, getting rid of him should be an easy task. Fu Anshan said. It's not difficult to get rid of him, but I'm afraid I don't have the ability to help you ascend to the position of Deputy Pavilion Master. After all, the next Vice Pavilion Master will be personally appointed by your Pavilion Master. The chief of the Divine Python tribe said. Fu Anshan said, that's simple. As long as Li He dies, I have the confidence to take this position. You still want to kill Li He? The chief of the Divine Python tribe was bewildered. He is too much of a threat to me. He must die. Moreover, if I take the position of Deputy Pavilion Leader, it will be of great benefit to your Divine Python tribe. Fu Anshan said. To be honest, I don't see what benefit it will bring to my Divine Python tribe. The chief of the Divine Python tribe said indifferently. I promise that after this matter is done, I will give the Divine Python tribe members the best discount if they come to my trading pavilion. Also, no matter what you want, I will do my best to help you find it. Fu Anshan said. The chief of the Divine Python tribe lowered his head. His eyes flickered as if he was having a hard time making a decision. Fu Anshan suddenly sneered and said, actually, you don't have to think about it because you don't have a choice. You must do as I say. His tone was extremely forceful. However, to everyone's surprise, the chief of the Divine Python tribe did not refute. It felt as if Fu Anshan had something on him. He nodded and said, okay, I promise to help you, but only this time. Thank you very much. Fu Anshan smiled proudly and then turned off the image crystal. Divine Python tribe. In a room, the chief of the Divine Python tribe had a strong murderous intent in his eyes. He growled, this damned old thing, I will cripple him sooner or later. This old guy hides very well. We sent people to assassinate him several times but failed, so it's better not to be impulsive. A woman walked out of the room next door. It was the high priest of the Divine Python tribe. The chief of the Divine Python tribe said, do you mean that we really have to help him? The high priest sighed and said, as he said, we have no choice. The chief of the Divine Python tribe clenched his fists. His face was full of unwillingness and anger. The high priest patted him on the shoulder and comforted him. Bear with it. There will be plenty of time. We will seize the opportunity. Sigh. Then help me think about how to get rid of Shin Feiyun and Li He. The chief of the divine python tribe loosened his hands and sat on the chair behind him weakly. He looked rather haggard. The high priest lowered her head and pondered. Time passed by. Suddenly, her eyes lit up and she said with a smile, "Hasn't that Qin Feiyang been causing a lot of trouble recently? Why don't we frame him?" Qin Feiyang, the chief of the divine python tribe, was stunned. He immediately straightened his body and nodded with a smile. Good idea. Anyway, this person is already wicked beyond redemption. One more crime doesn't matter. Another day passed. 2 months later, in the morning, on the peaceful island, there was a sudden burst of shocking holy aura. So fast. In the mountain stream, Wang Zicheng and the burly young man looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise. That's right. Qin Feiyang, who had been in seclusion for 2 months, had finally broken through to a 2-star battle saint. Moreover, during this period his mental strength had also broken through by 1 level. Now, it was already at level 21. However, the breakthrough of his mental strength did not cause any commotion, so Wang Zicheng and the burly man did not know. As I said, I will definitely break through first. A moment later, Qin Feiyang opened his eyes, restrained his aura, and looked at Wang Zicheng with a smile. You can be smug. Wang Zicheng pursed his lips. Others have the right to be smug. Do you? The burly young man looked at Wang Zicheng with disdain, then looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, Brother Mu, when did you break through to a 1-star battle saint? Qin Feiyang said vaguely, about a year ago. What? The burly young man was dumbfounded. Broke through to a 1-star battle saint a year ago? Didn't this mean that he only took a year to cultivate to a 2-star battle saint? Wasn't the speed a bit too fast? Wang Zicheng also had a look of disbelief. The 10 heroes of the Azure Sea were already considered monsters among monsters, but he did not expect that there would be someone even more monstrous than them. You're surprised? Looking at the two's reaction, Qin Feiyang could not help but secretly laugh. Actually, he broke through to a 1-star battle saint not a year ago, but the last time he returned to the imperial capital. And it had only been 2 months since the last time he returned to the imperial capital. If Wang Zicheng and the burly man knew about this, they would probably jump in shock. But to be honest, he was also shocked by this speed. After all, when he was in the battle sect, even if he did not copy the 6-word divine formula, it would take more than this time to break through a small realm. Not to mention a battle saint. A battle saint was more time-consuming than a battle sect. He originally thought that it would take at least 4 or 5 months, or even half a year, but he did not expect it to be so fast. It seemed that this purple gold dragon blood could indeed improve his foundation by another level. Of course, what made him most happy was the improvement of his mental strength, because this showed that the soul refining technique was indeed useful, and in the future his mental strength would continue to strengthen step by step. After calming down, Qin Feiyang looked at Wang Zicheng and asked, When can you break through? Wang Zicheng sighed, It's still early. Qin Feiyang said, Then will you continue to cultivate in seclusion, or? Of course I will continue to cultivate in seclusion. Now that the alchemy fire has not appeared, it's a waste of time to go there. Wang Zicheng said. But after saying that, he suddenly frowned, looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously, and said, Why do I feel that you are also interested in that alchemy fire? Qin Feiyang's heart skipped a beat, and he said with a calm smile, It's a 7th-grade alchemy fire, who wouldn't be tempted? But I admit that I can't compete with you, so I'm just going to take a look. You're quite self-aware. Wang Zicheng said. Qin Feiyang chuckled and asked, Do you know the exact time when the alchemy fire will appear? I don't know. But when the alchemy fire appears, someone will inform me. Wang Zicheng said. Qin Feiyang said, Is it the other Qinghai 10 heroes? Wang Zicheng nodded. Qin Feiyang frowned and said in a deep voice, I think we'd better go to the inland sea first. Wang Zicheng looked at him suspiciously. Qin Feiyang said, Because you are so unreliable, so they must be unreliable. What if they deliberately hide it from you when the alchemy fire appears? What did you say? Who is unreliable? Come on, say it again if you dare. Wang Zicheng rolled up his sleeves and looked like he was going to fight. The young man snorted and said, Did he say anything wrong? You've always been an unreliable person. I'm bad-tempered. Did I talk to you? Why are you interrupting? Wang Zicheng suddenly became angry. How could this bastard be so mean? I'm not in the mood to talk nonsense with you now. The brawny young man suddenly stood up and said expressionlessly, Brother Mu is right. None of the 10 heroes of the Blue Sea is reliable. I don't care if you go to the inland sea or not. I'm going anyway. No one can take away the alchemy fire from me. After saying that, then the young man soared into the sky. Then he rushed towards the inner sea like a bolt of lightning. Wang Zicheng glanced at the young man and then looked at Qin Feiyang angrily and said, Brother, why are you so talkative? What do you mean? Qin Feiyang was stunned. How can I not know what you said? And I said I would stay, not to practice, but to think about how to send the big bull away. Wang Zicheng said in distress. Send it away? Chapter 1008. Send him away? Qin Feiyang was stunned. You may not know this, but among the 10 heroes of the Qinghai Sea, the bull isn't the strongest, but he's the most difficult to deal with. As long as he's here, the chances of us snatching the alchemy fire are less than 50%. Wang Zicheng said. Is he that difficult? Qin Feiyang was surprised. Of course. Didn't you see his forbidden technique? This forbidden technique of his allows him to possess extremely terrifying power. Let me put it this way. As long as he activates the forbidden technique, none of the 10 heroes of the Qinghai Sea will dare to fight with him. Wang Zicheng said. Qin Feiyang came to a sudden realization and said, No wonder you were always dodging when the two of you fought. In my current state, when he activates the forbidden technique, he can blast me into a meat patty with one punch. How can I not dodge? Wang Zicheng said. Qin Feiyang said helplessly, Well, I didn't understand what you meant. I apologize. What's the use of apologizing? Hurry up and catch up with him. Wang Zicheng rolled his eyes and turned into a stream of light, streaking across the sky like lightning. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled bitterly. These 10 heroes of the Qinghai Sea were indeed hiding something. Buzz. Just as he was about to chase after him, the image crystal suddenly vibrated. Qin Feiyang took out the image crystal. A shadow quickly appeared. It was Fatso. Fatso's face was full of anxiety. What's wrong? Qin Feiyang asked. Fatso said in a deep voice, Something bad happened. Li He and Shen Feiyun were killed. What? Qin Feiyang's body trembled. He hurriedly asked, When did it happen? Last night. Fatso said. Qin Feiyang said in shock and anger, How could this be? Didn't I ask Yan Wei to keep an eye on Fu Anshan? Fatso said, It's not Fu Anshan who killed them. Qin Feiyang said. Fatso said. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He said, I was in Qinghai, how could I kill them? Besides, I don't have the ability to do so. Fatso said, Of course, Fat Lord knows it's not you, but someone saw you at the scene of the incident with their own eyes. Qin Feiyang said. Fatso shook his head. I don't know. This person is very well hidden. After he spread the news, he disappeared without a trace. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice, No matter what, we must find this person. The person who killed Li He and Shen Feiyun was definitely the person who spread the news. Even if it wasn't him, he knew who the real culprit was. I will continue to investigate. But now, everyone believes that you did it. Not only has the Chief Pagoda Master personally given the order to find you, but even Li He's children have been searching all over for you. Furthermore, the Transaction Pavilion's Pavilion Master has also issued a kill order for you. Fatso said. It doesn't matter much. As long as the Mu family and the young lady of the Longfeng Pavilion don't say anything, no one will know that I am Qin Feiyang. Hurry up and investigate this matter. I will contact Yan Wei. Qin Feiyang said. Fatso nodded and turned off the image crystal. Buzz. Yan Wei's shadow also appeared. Looking at Qin Feiyang's gloomy face, Yan Wei's pupils shrank slightly and said, "It seems that Fatso has already told you about Li He and Shen Feiyun's deaths." Qin Feiyang nodded and frowned. "Didn't I ask you to pay attention to Fu Anshan? How did this happen?" "I swear, I have been monitoring him all this time. And I can guarantee that when the incident happened last night, Fu Anshan did not leave the North City Trading Pavilion." Yan Wei said. "Did not leave?" Qin Feiyang frowned. Originally, he thought that the culprit was Fu Anshan, because only Fu Anshan had a grudge with Shen Feiyun and Li He at the same time. Shen Feiyun had killed Fu Xiong, and the enmity of killing his son was irreconcilable. Fu Anshan would definitely not let this matter rest. As for Li He, because of the matter of him inheriting the position of vice pavilion master, Fu Anshan had already thought of getting rid of Li He. Therefore, the culprit should be Fu Anshan. But now, Yan Wei told him that Fu Anshan had never left the North City Trading Pavilion. Didn't this mean that this matter had nothing to do with Fu Anshan? As for saying that Yan Wei was lying to him, that was impossible, because there was an enslavement seal. Moreover, the current Yan Wei had already followed him wholeheartedly. Even without the restriction of the enslavement seal, he would not lie to him. But if it wasn't Fu Anshan, who else could it be? Although Fu Anshan had never left the North City Trading Pavilion, could he have ordered someone else to do it? In short, no matter what, Fu Anshan was the most suspicious. Yan Wei suddenly said, "Do you think it could be someone from the Mu clan?" Mu clan? Qin Feiyang was slightly taken aback. Thinking about it carefully, it seemed that it was not impossible. After all, the Mu clan had framed him like this before. Qin Feiyang asked, "Where did they die?" Yan Wei said, "Outside the city, in a valley far away." Qin Feiyang said, "What about their corpses?" Yan Wei sighed and said, "When we received the news and rushed over, their corpses had already been killed by the beasts. Only 2 arms were left." Sighed. Qin Feiyang sighed deeply. He had always had a good impression of Li He, because this old man was not hypocritical. Whatever he wanted to do, whatever he wanted to say, he would say it directly. As for Shen Feiyun, although he had almost killed them in Qinghai City some time ago, he was actually a good person. He was deeply saddened by the deaths of these 2 people. Qin Feiyang let out a long breath, looked at Yan Wei and said, "Has Li He found out the origin of the 5 colors fruit?" "I'm not sure, he hasn't mentioned it during this period of time." Yan Wei shook his head. Qin Feiyang said, "Then I'll give you a mission now. Change your appearance and enter the North City Trading Pavilion. Gain Fu Anshan's trust as soon as possible. I want to know his every move." "All right." Yan Wei nodded. Qin Feiyang turned off the image crystal, lowered his head, and fell into deep thought. In the end, he still planned to ask Mu Qing. Because Mu Qing was a very arrogant person, if it was really done by the Mu clan, she would definitely not deny it. Buzz. A moment later, Mu Qing's shadow condensed. When she saw that it was Qin Feiyang, Mu Qing immediately cried out, "Ayaya, isn't this the famous person of our forgotten continent?" "Famous person? What business do you have with a nobody like me?" Qin Feiyang's eyes darkened and said, "Don't be sarcastic. Did you kill Shen Feiyun and Li He?" Mu Qing chuckled. "As I expected, you will definitely suspect that this matter has something to do with my Mu clan. Then is it true or not?" Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. Mu Qing looked at him playfully and said, "Take a guess." "My patience has a limit," Qin Feiyang said gloomily. Hey, are you kidding me? You're the one asking me. How can you use such an attitude? But then again, you're really a natural-born person. No matter where you go, people will frame you." Mu Qing laughed jokingly. Looking at Qin Feiyang's appearance, she felt inexplicably happy. "So, it's not your Mu clan?" Qin Feiyang said. "Nonsense, if it's really my Mu clan, why would I accompany you to talk nonsense here?" Mu Qing rolled her eyes. "Then it's all right," Qin Feiyang said, and was about to turn off the image crystal. "But I think it's necessary to give you a piece of advice. Be careful in Qinghai." Mu Qing said. "What do you mean?" Qin Feiyang frowned. Mu Qing said lightly, Nothing, it's just that someone is very curious about you and may cause trouble for you. Qin Feiyang coldly snorted. I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. I'm not afraid of trouble. Don't be too confident. This time the opponents are not ordinary, because they are all influential people of my Mu clan. Mu Qing laughed, and the virtual image disappeared in an instant. Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered. It seemed that the Mu clan had also received the news of the alchemy fire's appearance and intended to interfere. Influential people? Humph, I'd like to see how great they are. Qin Feiyang snorted, put away the image crystal, and flew in the direction of the inland sea. Wang Zicheng and Mu Qing would definitely not be able to catch up with him now. Because they were delayed for too long, and both of them were 9-star battle saints, their speed was much faster than him, so he planned to find Wang Yu and Mu Qing. But not long after, he actually saw Wang Zicheng in front of him. He saw Wang Zicheng standing alone in the sky above the sea, his brows tightly knitted. Are you waiting for me? Qin Feiyang muttered and quickly flew over. Wang Zicheng said unhappily, What are you doing behind me? I've been waiting for you for a long time. Are you really waiting for me? What is this person trying to do? Qin Feiyang was very confused, but he did not show it on his face. He smiled apologetically. Sorry, I received a message at the last minute, so I was delayed for a while. You're really a busy man. Wang Zicheng snorted. Qin Feiyang smiled embarrassedly, glanced around the void and asked, Where's that blockhead? He's long gone. Wang Zicheng pursed his lips, but then grinned. But that's good, walking with him, I always have to guard against him, it's too tiring. Qin Feiyang laughed. Then you have to guard against me, because I might do something to you. Is that so? I really didn't expect you to have the guts. Wang Zicheng looked at him with a hint of playfulness in his eyes. Qin Feiyang smiled but did not say anything. In fact, he was guarding against Wang Zicheng. Although they had known each other for 2 months, they did not know each other at all, and were not close to each other. But this person was actually waiting for him here, which was too abnormal. Wang Zicheng turned around and smiled meaningfully, then took Qin Feiyang and quickly disappeared at the end of the sea. At the same time, at the junction of the outer sea and the inner sea, there was a huge island. The island was about dozens of miles long, like a giant beast lying on the sea. On the island, the mountains were stacked and the vegetation was lush. A wide river, like a giant python, meandered across the east, west, north, and south. At this moment, on the east side of the island, there was a 5,000 to 6,000 feet high mountain, on which a man and a woman were sitting cross-legged. The man was slender and had an extraordinary aura. The woman had an exquisite figure. Her hair was like a waterfall, her skin was crystal clear, and her dress was spotless. She could be called a beauty. Chapter 1009. Both of them were cultivating with their eyes closed. Suddenly, young Master Hao opened his eyes and shook his head. No, I can't calm down. Me too. He won't even let go of Brother Shin and Li He. This Qin Feiyang is crazy. I really hope that Brother Gongsun and the others can find this guy as soon as possible. Then I will kill him with my own hands. Wang Yuer opened her eyes, and her face was full of anger and killing intent. If it were so easy to catch him, the old man and the others wouldn't have such a headache. Young Master Hao sighed. Wang Yuer couldn't help but feel weak when she heard that. Even the divine emissary of the main pagoda couldn't find him. Where was this person hiding? Obviously, young Master Hao and Li He had also received the news that Shen Feiyun and Li He had been killed. Wang Yuer said angrily, This ancestor Mu, we've been waiting for him for 2 months, but he still hasn't come. What the hell is he doing? He must have been held back by something. Young Master Hao guessed. Wang Yuer said angrily, Even if there is something, it shouldn't take so long. On the evening when they separated from Qin Feiyang, they had already come here. They wanted to wait for Qin Feiyang here, but they didn't expect that they would wait for 2 months. The most hateful thing was that there was not even a message. How about I send a message to him? Young Master Hao asked. Why should we take the initiative to send a message to him? He is nothing. Wang Yuer snorted. Young Master Hao shook his head helplessly. In fact, this was not the first time that he had taken the initiative to send a message to Qin Feiyang, but he was stopped by Wang Yuer every time. Of course, young Master Hao knew that Wang Yuer did this purely because she was angry with Qin Feiyang. He also found out this little which had a trace of affection for Qin Feiyang, but Wang Yuer didn't notice it at all. Wang Yuer suddenly said, "How about we just leave him alone?" Young Master Hao was slightly stunned and frowned. "That's not good. After all, we came here together. Besides, the internal sea is extremely dangerous. Without the protection of you, a 9-star battle sage, I'm afraid he will die here." Annoying. Wang Yuer was furious. There was a hint of a smile in young Master Hao's eyes. Although the little sorceress talked big, she actually couldn't let go of Qin Feiyang. Let's not talk about Brother Mu for now. The behavior of those people is very puzzling. Young Master Hao walked to the edge of the cliff. He lowered his head and looked down at the mountain stream, his eyes flickering. His gaze landed on a pond that was several feet wide. 9 burly men sat cross-legged around the pool. All of them looked ferocious, and the aura they emitted was extremely powerful. Young Master Hao said, "They haven't left yet. What exactly do they want to do?" He should be waiting for that scarred man. Wang Yuer walked to young Master Hao's side, glanced at the 9 burly men, and said in a low voice. This group of people had arrived more than a month ago. There was also a big man with a scar on his face. However, the scar-faced man had left the 9 of them behind on the day he arrived and entered the inland sea alone. For more than a month, the 9 of them had not taken a single step away, nor had they spoken a single word. It was inevitable that people would feel puzzled. Furthermore, the strength of these people was very strong. The 9 burly men were all 9-star battle saints. The scar-faced man who had left exuded an emperor's aura. It was precisely because they had discovered the strength of these people that Wang Yuer and young Master Hao did not greet them and had been hiding at the top of the mountain to observe. After all, this was Qinghai. No matter who they met, they had to be careful. Someone is coming. Suddenly, Wang Yuer's eyes trembled. She pulled young Master Hao and quickly hid behind a rock. Then, the 2 of them stuck their heads out to look. So, in the direction of the inland sea, they saw a burly middle-aged man galloping toward them. The middle-aged man was 9 meters tall and wore a pitch-black robe. There was a finger-long scar on the right side of his face, which looked quite frightening. It's the man who entered the inland sea alone. Young Master Hao's eyes narrowed. The scar-faced man flew into the island, landed directly in front of the 9 burly men, and whispered something. Wang Yuer and young Master Hao also walked out from behind the rock. They came to the edge of the cliff again and stared at the scar-faced man. They were a little far away, so they could not hear what the scar-faced man was saying. Young Master Hao said telepathically, "Sister, he came back from the inland sea. Maybe he knows the location of the alchemy fire. Do you want me to go and check it out? I can tell at a glance that they are not good people. Don't go and complicate things." Wang Yuer said to herself, "Sister, when did you learn to judge people by their appearance?" Young Master Hao smiled bitterly. "Is there a need to learn? That bastard surnamed Mu is the best example." Wang Yuer said. Young Master Hao said helplessly, "Sister, you have wronged Brother Mu. Although he is not very good-looking, he is still a good person." Wang Yuer snorted, "He is not only good-looking but also ugly." Young Master Hao was stunned and shook his head with a bitter smile. As the saying goes, beating is love, and scolding is love. It seemed that this sister had unknowingly fallen in love with him. Beside the pond, after the scar-faced man finished speaking, he found a place to sit cross-legged and closed his eyes to rest. "They are still here?" Young Master Hao was surprised. "There must be something fishy," Wang Yuer whispered. The 2 simply found a hidden place, took out 2 armchairs, and lay on them comfortably, chatting while monitoring the scar-faced man and the others. Time flew. Noon. A stream of light rushed to the inland sea like lightning. "Is it Ancestor Mu?" Wang Yuer and young Master Hao immediately looked up. At the same time, the scar-faced man and the others below also opened their eyes and looked up at the stream of light. Their eyes were shining with a fierce light. After a while, the stream of light entered the sky above the island. Everyone finally saw it clearly. It was a young and muscular man. His entire body was bare except for a pair of large underpants made of beast skin. What a strong aura! Young Master Hao muttered. Yes, his cultivation is the same as mine. Wang Yuer nodded. The scar-faced man and the others showed a trace of disappointment on their faces. The young man did not notice young Master Hao and the others. He flew straight over their heads and went away without looking back. When we first entered the Blue Sea, the man we met was a 9-star battle saint. And this one, who is about the same age as me, is also a 9-star battle saint. Why are all the people in the Blue Sea so abnormal? Young Master Hao frowned. I used to underestimate the people here. Now I am thinking that some people here are not even comparable to the geniuses in our divine city. Wang Yuer said. Is this the so-called, there is always a higher mountain? It seems that I have to work harder. Young Master Hao whispered. He finally felt the pressure. In the past, when he was in Divine City, he was quite proud of his talent and cultivation speed. But now, after seeing the strength of Wang Zicheng and the young man, he realized that he was just fooling himself. Wang Yuer glanced at young Master Hao, and a smile crept up her face. It seemed that the Chief Tower Master's wish had been realized in advance. But the bastard surnamed Mu hadn't come to meet them yet. It was really annoying. Her eyes were filled with anger. She glanced at the scar-faced man and the others below, got up and said, I can't wait any longer. Let's go. Young Master Hao hurriedly got up and grabbed her. He smiled apologetically and said, Don't be angry. Let's wait a few more days. If he doesn't come, we'll ignore him and go directly to the inland sea. I really don't know what benefits he gave you to make you protect him so much. Wang Yuer said. Ecstasy? Young Master Hao was stunned. He shook his head and said with a smile, You're wrong. I'm not protecting him. I really treat him as a brother. As he said this, a trace of disappointment crept up between his brows. He continued, You also know that with my identity and status, I don't lack friends at all. But which one of them is sincere? Wang Yuer was silent. Sister, don't think that I'm a playboy just because I usually bring a group of friends to the Dragon Phoenix house to have fun. Actually, I know very well that they are all fawning over me and trying to get benefits from me. But I can't help it. Being born in such a family, I'm destined to never make true friends in my life. So I can only pretend that I don't know anything and fool around with them. At least I won't be so lonely. Young Master Hao said. Wang Yuer looked at young Master Hao in surprise. She really didn't expect young Master Hao to say such things. Only now did she realize that this was the most honest side of young Master Hao. As the son of the Chief Tower Master, I look so glorious and dignified. But in fact, I'm not even as good as an ordinary person. Young Master Hao shook his head and laughed at himself. There's no such thing as having the best of both worlds in the world. Wang Yuer said. Power, status, friendship, family, you can't have them all. But when I met Ancestor Mu, I found that he was a person worth befriending. Young Master Hao said. Is that so? But why did I hear that it was you who made him become your father's personal disciple? Wang Yuer frowned. This matter is indeed related to me. I also know that he is using me, but at that time, I didn't think too much about it. In any case, we are just using each other. But later on, after getting along with him, I found that he is quite a righteous person, not like those despicable people who speak honey and have a heart attack. Let me tell you another secret secretly. Young Master Hao said mysteriously. What secret? Wang Yuer was stunned. Young Master Hao said, In the past, my cultivation was always stuck at the 9-star battle master, unable to break through, right? I know. You even came to find me for this matter, but in the end, you were kicked out by me. Because this kind of thing can only rely on your own efforts. No one else can help you. Wang Yuer said. No. This guy can do it. He just gave me something to eat, and it allowed me to easily break through to the 1-star battle saint realm. Young Master Hao laughed softly. What did he give you? Chapter 10:10. I can't tell you that. Don't threaten me, Because I promised him that I won't tell anyone, including my father. Don't force him to ask, lest he finds out and accuses me of being nosy. Young Master Hao said. Wang Yue really wanted to threaten him, but she gave up when she heard that. She knew young Master Hao's character. He would definitely keep his promise. But if she didn't figure it out, she would feel uncomfortable all over as if there were ants biting her heart. All of a sudden, her eyes lit up. Since threats didn't work, she would use the soft approach. Brother, you know my character. I'm very curious. If I figure it out, I'll be in a mess all the time. Just tell me. I promise you that I won't tell anyone. If you don't believe me, I can swear. Wang Yue looked at young Master Hao with a pitiful look. Young Master Hao was very determined. He shook his head and said, No, I can't break my promise. Wang Yue immediately became angry and said, Do you have to force me to use my charming skills? Don't. Aren't you making things difficult for me? I shouldn't have told you. Young Master Hao said with annoyance. Okay, I won't make things difficult for you. I used to take care of you so much. White-eyed wolf, you value your lover over your friend. Wang Yue snorted and looked unhappy. Value my lover over my friend? Young Master Hao's face twitched and he said angrily, What are you thinking? Brother Mu and I are pure revolutionary friends. Pure? Why are you still explaining? The more you try to cover it up, the more conspicuous it is. Wang Yue sneered. Young Master Hao rubbed his forehead and said helplessly, Okay, I admit defeat. You can say whatever you want. At this time, another ear-piercing sound was heard. Young Master Hao raised his head and saw two silhouettes streaking across the sky like lightning. Young Master Hao's face suddenly showed a touch of joy. The reason for that was because the person who had arrived was precisely Qin Feiyang. But when he saw Wang Zicheng next to Qin Feiyang, the joy on his face disappeared in an instant and was replaced by surprise. Why is this bastard with him? When Wang Yue looked up, she was even angrier. Simultaneously, the scar-faced man and the others opened their eyes once again and looked at Qin Feiyang and Shermu. It's him. Immediately, killing intent burst out from the scarred man's eyes. The other 9 burly men also had ominous glints in their eyes. At the same time, in the sky above the outer sea, Qin Feiyang also saw the island. However, young Master Hao, Shao Qin, and the scarred man did not notice it. Wang Zicheng glanced at the island and said with a smile, The inner sea is at the end of the island. That guy should have already gone in. The guy he was talking about was naturally the young man. Qin Feiyang raised his head and looked at the inland sea. A trace of surprise crept into his eyes. He saw that the sky above the inland sea was covered with dark clouds. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Although he was still far away, he could already vaguely hear the deafening sound of thunder. On the surface of the sea, there were also strong winds and huge waves. It was a completely different world from the outer sea. Wang Zicheng said, You must be very shocked. Qin Feiyang nodded and frowned. What's going on? I don't know either. But there is an invisible barrier between the inner sea and the outer sea. This barrier goes deep into the sea. Whether it's the wind and waves of the inner sea, us humans, or sea beasts, they can't pass through this barrier. The only entrance is this island. Wang Zicheng explained. This, Qin Feiyang was shocked. He had never thought that there would be such a thing between the inner sea and the outer sea. Wang Zicheng was silent for a while and said, But there are rumors that this barrier was set up by a god. The god? Qin Feiyang's eyes widened. That's right. It is said that a long time ago, a divine beast was born in the inner sea. Listen carefully, it's not a divine beast with the bloodline of a divine beast. It's a real divine beast at the level of a god. But no one knows what kind of divine beast it is. It is said that this divine beast is very ambitious. It wants to rule this continent, so it led countless sea beasts to invade our human world. You can imagine how terrible the scene of the sea beasts invading was. It is said that in those years, millions of corpses were lying on the ground, and blood flowed like rivers. Humans were no match for them at all. Seeing that humans were about to be wiped out, a mysterious expert suddenly appeared. This person was very powerful. He fought with the divine beast for 3 days and 3 nights. In the end, he finally subdued the divine beast and drove all the sea beasts back to the outer sea. After that, the mysterious expert set up a barrier here to prevent the sea beasts from coming back. Wang Zicheng said. Qin Feiyang was stunned and said, "Why do I feel that it's so incredible?" Wang Zicheng said with a smile, "This is a legend. No one can prove it. Of course it sounds incredible." Qin Feiyang nodded, but then shook his head and said, "The legend may not be false. We just saw it with our own eyes." That's true. However, regardless of whether this legend is true or not, this barrier has indeed played a role in protecting us humans. Because the sea beasts in the inner sea are at least sacred beasts. If they launch a beast tide, the consequences are simply unpredictable. Wang Zicheng said solemnly. Qin Feiyang did not deny this point. Suddenly, he glanced at the sky above the island and frowned. That's not right. Although the barrier can stop the sea beasts, they can come out from the sky above the island. No. It is said that this island contains the will of the mysterious expert. Only humans can enter and leave freely. Once the sea beasts of the inner sea pass by here, they will be instantly killed. As for the sea beasts of the outer sea, they can also enter the inner sea through here. But once they enter, they can never come out again. That is to say, for the sea beasts here, they can only enter but not leave. Because of this, our descendants call this island the Island of Gods. And there is an even more magical phenomenon on the Island of Gods. No matter how you destroy it, you can't destroy it. And the destroyed place will be restored the next day. Wang Zicheng said. Is it that magical? Wang Zicheng's words immediately aroused Qin Feiyang's curiosity. Because he had heard a lot of strange stories in the world, but it was the first time for him to hear such a strange story. It seemed that he had to take a good look at it. After a while, the two finally entered the sky above the island. Qin Feiyang immediately stopped, and a trace of surprise appeared between his eyebrows. What's wrong? Wang Zicheng looked at him suspiciously. At the same time, beside the pond, the scarred man's pupils also shrank and he murmured, "Did he find out?" On the top of Shangfang Mountain, Wang Yue looked at Qin Feiyang and Wang Zicheng and sneered. Birds of a feather flock together. Young Master Hao pursed his lips and said, "Sister, I don't agree with this." "Did I say you?" You interrupted. Wang Yue said angrily. Young Master Hao said discontentedly, "I have been with him a lot these days. If you say that about him, you are also talking about me." Cut the crap. Wang Yue glared at him fiercely, then looked at Qin Feiyang again and snorted. "You actually colluded with that dirty guy. I will teach him a lesson today." After that, she picked up her clothes and was ready to fight. But at the same time, young Master Hao seemed to have found something. He looked down at the scarred man and the others, and suddenly his face changed. He grabbed Wang Yue and said secretly, "Wait." What? Wang Yue was a little angry. Young Master Hao pointed at the scarred man and the others and said, "Look at them. There seems to be a murderous aura." Wang Yue was shocked and immediately looked down. As expected, she could feel a murderous aura from those people. Is their target ancestor Mu? She withdrew her gaze and looked at young Master Hao in surprise. Brother Mu is standing together with that pervert you're talking about, but their eyes are locked on Brother Mu. It's obvious that they are. Young Master Hao said in a deep voice. Wang Yue said in surprise, "This shouldn't be. He is your father's disciple now. Who dares to touch him?" "Don't worry about that. Inform Brother Mu quickly." Young Master Hao said. Above the island, seeing Qin Feiyang lowered his head and didn't say anything, Wang Zicheng lost his patience and urged, "Brother, what's wrong? Tell me if you have something to say." "It's so strange." Qin Feiyang shook his head and murmured. "What's strange?" Wang Zicheng was confused. Qin Feiyang looked up at Wang Zicheng and said, "As soon as I entered the sky above the island, I felt a very familiar feeling." Familiar? Wang Zicheng's face darkened. He rolled his eyes at Qin Feiyang and said, "You must be dreaming. This is your first time here. How can you feel familiar?" "Dreaming?" Qin Feiyang frowned. He was sure that this was not a dream because that familiar feeling had always been there. But Wang Zicheng was right. This was indeed his first time on the island. How could he have such a feeling? Don't waste time. Let's go. Wang Zicheng grabbed Qin Feiyang and flew forward. So, the two of them went 5 to 6 miles deep into the island. They were only half a mile away from Wang Yu and the scar-faced man. As they went deeper, Qin Feiyang felt more and more familiar with the island. He kept his head down and thought about it. Brother Mu, be careful. Someone is going to attack you. Suddenly, a shout exploded in Qin Feiyang's mind. Boom! He suddenly quivered. He instinctively stopped and scanned the mountains below. What's wrong with you? Wang Zicheng was about to go crazy. Qin Feiyang didn't say anything. He frowned slightly. If he didn't hear it wrong, was that young Master Hao's voice? The people who want to attack you are at a pond half a mile away from you. There are 10 people in total. 9 9-star battle saints and 1 1-star battle emperor. That voice sounded in Qin Feiyang's mind again. It is indeed young Master Hao. Qin Feiyang was surprised. He thought that young Master Hao and Wang Yu had already entered the inland sea. He didn't expect them to be waiting for him here. However, his expression didn't change at all. He raised his head and looked at Wang Zicheng. He transmitted his voice, "We might be in trouble again." "What do you mean?" Wang Zicheng was suspicious. Qin Feiyang said to himself, "Someone is lying in ambush half a mile ahead. 9 9-star battle saints and 1 1-star battle emperor. Ambush? Why didn't I see them?" Wang Zicheng looked at him suspiciously and turned his head to look ahead. Qin Feiyang hurriedly said, "Don't look. Let them think that we haven't found them." Wang Zicheng's body stiffened. He pretended to look around casually and then withdrew his gaze. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said to himself, "Are you sure?" "Because my sixth sense has never been wrong." Qin Feiyang replied secretly. "Sixth sense?" The corner of Wang Zicheng's mouth twitched. Didn't only women have a sixth sense? However, looking at Qin Feiyang's serious expression, he didn't seem to be joking. He asked secretly, "Are they coming for you or me?" "How would I know? Either way, it's possible," Qin Feiyang said vaguely. "They don't know what's good for them." Wang Zicheng's eyes suddenly turned cold. He transmitted his voice, "Can you activate your invisibility technique?" "What do you think?" Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. "Then let the hunt begin." Chapter 10-11. What are they going to do? The scar-faced man was surprised. Why did they suddenly enter the jungle below? One of the burly men whispered, "Did they really find us?" "Impossible. We're so far away, and we're so well hidden. Unless they received the news in advance, they would never know that we're lying in ambush here. I think they must have found something else. Let's go and have a look," the scar-faced man said in a low voice. Then he hid his breath and rushed toward the jungle where Qin Feiyang and Wang Yuqing had disappeared. The 9 burly men looked at each other and quickly followed, hiding their breath to the extreme. Young Master Hao whispered, "Sister, what should we do?" Wang Yuer said, "Nonsense, of course we're going to support them. But don't expose our whereabouts. We'll play it by ear." Young Master Hao laughed and said, "Sister, it seems that you care about Brother Mu a lot." "I care about him? Boy, don't be so naive. I just don't want to be cursed for abandoning my companions and escaping alone." Wang Yuer snorted and jumped down from the top of the mountain. Her clothes and hair fluttered, like a fairy descending to the earth. "If you care, just say it. No one will laugh at you. Why do you have to find such a lame excuse? Aren't you tired?" Young Master Hao shook his head and muttered. He put away the 2 armchairs and followed her. Mountain stream, jungle. Qin Feiyang and Wang Zicheng stood side by side on a hillside, scanning the front. Wang Zicheng frowned and said, "Brother, I think something is wrong." Qin Feiyang was shocked and asked with a smile, "What's wrong?" "I've offended many people in Qinghai, but few dare to plot against me." Wang Zicheng looked at Qin Feiyang thoughtfully and said, "Why do I feel like I've boarded a pirate ship?" "I'm not a pirate, and there's no ship here." Qin Feiyang laughed. Wang Zicheng sneered and said, "Are you playing dumb? Believe it or not, I'll turn around and leave now. Don't. We're brothers. How can you be so heartless? Qin Feiyang said anxiously. Brother? Wang Zicheng's face twitched as he said helplessly, I'm just being polite by calling you brother. You really want to climb up this bamboo pole? Qin Feiyang smiled embarrassedly. Wang Zicheng rolled his eyes at him. He looked at the forest in front of them and said, to catch bandits, first catch the ringleader. We must first take down that one-star combat emperor. Qin Feiyang nodded. The concealment art was not invincible. If the concealment technique was forcibly broken by the emperor pressure like last time when they faced Guxiangzhong, then their situation would be quite dangerous. The reason for that was because Wang Zicheng no longer dared to use the forbidden technique. Without forbidden arts, they had no way of retaliating against the combat the arch. However, as long as he could get rid of that one-star battle emperor, even if the concealment art was broken with Wang Zicheng's methods, he could easily get rid of the other 9 9-star battle saints. Taking a step back, even if Wang Zicheng couldn't solve it, there was still Wang Yu, who hadn't shown up yet. With her terrifying charm technique, dealing with these people would be a piece of cake. Clang! Wang Zicheng waved his hand and took out a dagger. The dagger was completely black and emitted a dazzling light. Qin Feiyang looked at the dagger in surprise. This dagger was the one that Wang Zicheng used to assassinate Gushizhong. But last time, he was shocked by the strength of Wang Zicheng and did not observe it carefully. And now, he discovered that this dagger actually contained a trace of saint pressure. Qin Feiyang asked, this can't be a sacred artifact, right? What do you mean it can't be? It is a sacred artifact. No. From your tone, it seems that I have a sacred artifact. Is it something that you find hard to believe? How much do you look down on me? I am one of the Blue Sea's 10 heroes after all. Is it strange to have a sacred artifact? Wang Zicheng glared at him angrily. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He was just casually asking, but he didn't expect this guy to have such strong self-esteem. In front of a great enemy, I won't argue with you first. I'll talk to you later. Quickly activate the concealment technique. Wang Zicheng said coldly. Qin Feiyang gave a wry smile. The current situation was really like the old saying, illness comes from the mouth, and disaster comes from the mouth. But then again, such a small matter made Wang Zicheng so flustered and exasperated. How much trauma had he suffered before? Of course. Qin Feiyang didn't dare to ask this question casually. He grabbed Wang Zicheng, and with a slight thought, the two immediately disappeared without a trace, as if they had evaporated from the world. Even the aura of the sacred artifact was hidden. Let's go. Immediately, the two of them rushed forward silently. After a while, they ran into the scarred man and others. Is there really an ambush? Brother, tell me the truth. Are you a woman dressed as a man? Otherwise, how can you have a sixth sense? Wang Zicheng's eyes widened when he saw the scarred man and the others, and he asked through voice transmission. At the same time, his sneaky eyes scanned Qin Feiyang's body up and down. Especially Qin Feiyang's chest and underwear, he took a few glances. Being stared at by a man like this, Qin Feiyang had goosebumps all over his body. He said vigilantly, you may be lecherous, but don't look for me. I have no problem with a certain orientation. Then you have to be careful because I am a man who is good at both offense and defense. Do you know what it means to be good at both offense and defense? I don't know. Let me explain it to you a little. It means that you can attack and retreat. Wang Zicheng laughed. His laughter was very wretched, like a weasel seeing a little white rabbit, which made Qin Feiyang feel a chill. Don't joke around. Get ready. Qin Feiyang said with a dark face, and then looked at the scarred man and others. The group of 10 people walked quietly in the forest. Their gazes swept in all directions, and they were very careful. But they didn't know that the person they were looking for was standing in front of them. Wang Zicheng grinned and said with a sound transmission, we're right here, and they're still looking for us. Are they stupid? You're so proud. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes. However, this feeling of them being able to see others but others not being able to see them was indeed very satisfying. The two of them walked in front of the scarred man. Be careful, don't let them find out. Not only did the scarred man not notice it at all, he even whispered to the 9 burly men behind him. He looked very serious and cautious. But in the eyes of Qin Feiyang and Wang Zicheng, it was an idiotic behavior. Wang Zicheng waved his hand in front of the scarred man's eyes and secretly joked, "Believe it or not, this guy should be thinking that this time, he will definitely succeed in assassinating us. How long are you going to be cocky for?" Qin Feiyang said angrily. Looking at this guy's appearance, he was a little too proud. "What's the hurry? It's rare for such a fun thing to happen. Of course, I have to tease him." Wang Zicheng's playful heart rose. He stretched out his devil's claw and gently touched the scarred man's butt. The scarred man's body suddenly stiffened. Qin Feiyang was also dumbstruck. This guy couldn't really have a problem with his sexual orientation, right? Otherwise, why would he touch a man's butt? Looking at the scarred man again. After freezing for a moment, he glanced at the 9 burly men behind him from the corner of his eyes, pretended not to know anything, and continued to move forward. However, before he could take 2 steps, he felt someone touching his butt again. His eyebrows twitched, and it was obvious that he was about to go crazy. But he endured it and ignored it. But soon, the devil's claw appeared again. And this time, not only did it touch him, but it also kneaded his butt. Immediately, the scarred man's veins bulged and his face darkened. He turned around abruptly, looked at the burly man closest to him, and shouted, "What the hell are you doing?" "What do you mean, what am I doing?" The burly man was stunned and looked at him in confusion. The other 8 burly men were also suspicious. "Still playing dumb? I know that you admire my strength and regard me as your idol, but there's no need to secretly touch my butt behind my back," the scarred man said angrily. "Touch your butt?" The burly man was stunned on the spot. The other 8 men were also dumbfounded. What was going on? Could it be that there was a gay relationship? "I'm warning you, if you dare touch my butt again, I'll directly cut off your dog's claws," the scarred man said gloomily and continued to walk forward with a dark face. "Brother, I really didn't expect you to have such a hobby. But you're really bold, you actually dare to touch Master Fu Han's butt. Admirable, admirable." Looking at the angry scarred man, the other 8 men looked at the burly man and began to tease him in a low voice. The burly man still hadn't reacted? When did he touch Master Fu Han's butt? Master. After coming back to his senses, he quickly chased after Fu Han. Fu Han's face darkened. He turned around and pointed at the burly man angrily, shouting, "Stop right there, don't come near me, just looking at you makes me sick." "Master Fu Han, lower your voice, don't let Ancestor Mu hear you." The other 8 men's faces changed, and they immediately gestured for Fu Han to keep quiet. Fu Han couldn't help but tremble. He actually forgot that there was an important matter. "From now on, you and I have to maintain a distance of 1 meter at all times." "No, it's 2 meters. No, it's 10 meters. If you dare to exceed this distance of 10 meters, don't blame me for castrating you." "Did you hear that?" the scarred man shouted angrily. The burly man nodded repeatedly. His expression was full of fear, but his eyes were full of grievance. What was this and what was this? He wasn't a pervert, how could he touch a man's butt? Did Master Fu Han take the wrong medicine? This is really too interesting. Looking at this scene, Wang Zicheng held his lower abdomen and tried his best to hold back his laughter, his face turning red. Qin Feiyang's face kept twitching, and he transmitted his voice, "You can't be too immoral. What do you know? This is just looking for fun. One look and I can tell that you're an emotionless person. I don't even know how you found a fiancé." Wang Zicheng looked down on him. Emotionless? Qin Feiyang felt a chill again. Touching a man's butt was called emotionless? If it was, then forget it. He couldn't do it even if he was beaten to death. Go. Continue. Chapter 10:12. A row of black lines appeared on Qin Feiyang's forehead, and he said angrily, "I say, aren't you annoying? Just teasing me a few times will do." Why was this guy as playful as a child? This is the last time. Wang Zicheng stretched out his index finger and laughed sinisterly. Qin Feiyang helplessly slapped his forehead and could only reluctantly follow. "How unlucky! Those who don't know would think that I have a problem in some aspect. Fu Han, who was walking in front, muttered in a low voice as he scanned the forest. He was extremely angry. What he did not know was that at this moment, there was a devil's claw that was silently reaching towards him. Wang Zicheng bent over with a sneer on his face. Suddenly, he grabbed Fu Han's pants and pulled it down forcefully. Fu Han's bare buttocks were immediately exposed to the air. This. The 9 burly men behind him were petrified on the spot. At the same time, Fu Han was also stunned and instinctively lowered his head to look. Ah, bastard! Immediately, he was furious, covered his butt an old bird in panic, turned to look at the 9 burly men, and roared, "Who is it this time?" "It's not us." The 9 burly men quickly waved their hands. "There are only you guys here. If it's not you guys, is it still a ghost? Stand out immediately, don't force me to do it." Fu Han looked at the 9 of them ferociously, like a wild beast that had gone mad, his eyes flashing with a fierce light. "Master, it's really not us. I saw it with my own eyes just now. No one touched your pants at all, and it suddenly fell off by itself," the 9 of them said in panic. Fu Han shouted, "Bullshit. I clearly felt that someone pulled it off forcefully. Master, please believe us. It's really not us. We don't have the guts either." The 9 of them knelt on the ground in fear. "That's right. They don't have the guts at all." Fu Han's gaze trembled and said in a deep voice, "It's really not you guys?" The 9 of them shook their heads like a rattledrum. Fu Han's heart trembled. He quickly picked up his pants and looked around vigilantly. A burly man asked suspiciously, "Master, what are you doing?" Fu Han gloomily said, "I suspect that someone is playing tricks in the dark." What? The 9 people's expressions changed, and they immediately stood up and surrounded Fu Han, looking extremely vigilant. You only realized it now? I'm really worried about your IQ." Suddenly, a teasing voice sounded out of nowhere. "Get the hell out here!" Fu Han roared. "The one who will take your dog life." That voice sounded again. Furthermore, it sounded right next to Fu Han's ears. Fu Han's hair stood on end. But before he could react, he felt a sharp pain in his lower abdomen. He instinctively looked down and saw a black dagger piercing his lower abdomen. However, the dagger was instantly pulled out and disappeared. How is this possible? Looking at the bloody hole in his abdomen, Fu Han's face was filled with disbelief. Then he slowly collapsed to the ground. His originally overbearing eyes quickly dimmed. What exactly happened? When the 9 burly men saw Fu Han's situation, they became flustered and lost their spirit for a moment. Suddenly, the 3 burly men screamed one after another. The remaining 6 people looked over and suddenly turned pale with fright. There was also a bloody hole in the lower abdomen of the 3 burly men. Blood spurted out like a fountain. "There's a ghost! Run!" The remaining 6 people howled and fled in all directions in fear. "Don't run! Come back quickly!" Fu Han shouted. The other party was hiding in the dark and was impossible to guard against. Escaping would only speed up their deaths. But if they worked together, there might be a chance. However, it was already too late. In the blink of an eye, there was a bloody hole in the lower abdomen of the 6 people. In less than 3 breaths, 1 1-star battle emperor and 9 9-star battle saints had their sea of chi crippled, and their cultivations were gone. Wang Zicheng glanced at the 10 people lying on the ground and secretly said excitedly, "Brother, your invisibility technique is really too awesome. If you activate this invisibility technique to snatch the alchemy fire, I guarantee that you will be able to get it easily." Although he had already seen the invisibility technique 2 months ago, he still couldn't help but be shocked. Qin Fiyang sent a sound transmission with a smile. "Then tell me, if I help you snatch the alchemy fire, what benefits can you give me?" The expression on Wang Zicheng's face froze, and he said with a cold face, "This is too much. We are brothers. You have the nerve to ask me for benefits?" Qin Fiyang chuckled. "Didn't you say before that brother is just a polite form of address? Don't take it too seriously." "Did I say that? You must have remembered wrongly." How could someone as loyal and affectionate as me say something like that? Wang Zicheng said righteously. Loyal and affectionate? Qin Feiyang's face twitched and said speechlessly, "Why didn't you blush when you said that?" Wang Zicheng laughed awkwardly. What's going on?" Suddenly, two surprised voices sounded not far away. Qin Feiyang turned his head and saw Wang Yu and young Master Hao running over in a hurry. When they saw the scarred man and the others lying in a pool of blood and wailing, the two of them froze and were dumbfounded. "It's them?" Following closely, Wang Zicheng's surprised voice also sounded in Qin Feiyang's mind. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and looked back at Wang Zicheng, only to see Wang Zicheng staring at Wang Yu and young Master Hao with a cold light in his eyes. "Looks like there's trouble again," he muttered to himself. Suddenly, Wang Zicheng grabbed Qin Feiyang's arm and said excitedly, "Brother, the woman I mentioned last time is her. What do you want to do?" Qin Feiyang asked calmly. "Give me a taste of my own medicine. Last time, she made me run naked and humiliated me. This time, I naturally have to let her have a taste of being stripped naked." Wang Zicheng smiled evilly. Qin Feiyang frowned and said, "That's not good. After all, she's a woman. Is it interesting for a man like you to be so calculative with her? I'm a man who will take revenge, no matter if the other party is a woman or a man." Wang Zicheng snorted coldly. After he finished speaking, he dragged Qin Feiyang and silently walked towards Wang Yuer and Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. Even if it were another woman, he would not allow Wang Zicheng to do this kind of thing, let alone Wang Yu. After all, Wang Yu was his fiancée now. How could he let her be stripped naked by another man? But what could he do to stop Wang Zicheng? Qin Feiyang pondered. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind and a smirk appeared in his eyes. Wang Zicheng did not notice, because he only had eyes for Wang Yu now. At the same time, because the concealment spell had not disappeared, Wang Yu and young Master Hao did not notice Qin Feiyang and young Master Hao. Not only did they not notice them, but they also took the initiative to walk over. They were still alive just now. Why are they all lying on the ground all of a sudden? It's too weird, isn't it? The two of them glanced at the scarred man and the others, feeling extremely surprised and suspicious. They also secretly became vigilant. Why are they here? Could it be that they were the ones who attacked us before? The scarred man and the others only had their cultivation destroyed and did not die, so when they saw young Master Hao and young Master Hao appear, they suspected them. "Little beauty, come on, I'll definitely love you." The distance between the two sides was getting closer and closer. Wang Zicheng rubbed his hands and the smile on his face became brighter. Finally, the distance between the two sides was only 1 meter. Wang Zicheng stopped. But Wang Yu and young Master Hao did not react at all and continued to walk towards the scarred man and the others. "You have such a good figure. There must be something to see." Wang Zicheng smiled wretchedly and reached out to grab Wang Yu's dress. Right at this moment, Qin Feiyang smirked, let go of Wang Zicheng's wrist and retreated like lightning. The concealment method required the user to grab the person next to him so that the person next to him could be invisible. So, when Qin Feiyang let go of Wang Zicheng's wrist, Wang Zicheng was immediately exposed to Wang Yu and young Master Hao. The two of them were shocked and suddenly braked and stopped. "Where did you come from? What do you want to do?" Wang Yu looked at Wang Zicheng in surprise. But when she noticed Wang Zicheng's big hand that had reached out to her chest, her eyelids suddenly jumped. "You can see me?" Wang Zicheng looked at Wang Yu and then at young Master Hao, directly dumbfounded. Because all this happened too fast and his mind had been on Wang Yu, he did not notice that Qin Feiyang had let go. This place fell into a dead silence in an instant. Time also seemed to have stopped and everything was frozen in the void. But this atmosphere did not last long. "Ah, damned bastard, shameless pervert, go to hell." Suddenly, an angry scream exploded, breaking the dead silence here. Immediately after, a resounding slap resounded in this place. Wang Yu raised her hand and slapped Wang Zicheng hard in the face. Wang Zicheng was slapped away on the spot and half of his face was directly swollen. Then, he crashed into a big tree behind him and immediately saw stars and blood gushed out. Wang Zicheng was stunned. He touched his burning face and kept thinking about what was going on in his mind. Finally, he remembered. He glanced at the empty void and roared, "Bastard, I trusted you so much, but you betrayed me." Who is he talking to? Right. Where is Brother Mu? Wasn't he with this person before? Why didn't I see him? Young Master Hao was surprised. Wang Yu also looked at the void suspiciously. Could it be that the sudden appearance of this pervert had something to do with that bastard? Bang! Suddenly, a terrifying saint aura emerged. Young Master Hao and Wang Yu were shocked and hurriedly turned their heads, only to see that Wang Zicheng had already stood up. He stared at Wang Yu evilly and said with a smile, "Last time you made me run naked, and this time you slapped me again. You have completely infuriated me." "So what?" Wang Yu sneered. "So what? Let me tell you, today I will punish you on the spot to show my authority." Chapter 10:13. Oh no! Qin Feiyang's expression changed. Wang Zicheng was obviously going to use a forbidden technique. And once he did, Wang Yu would not be able to resist at all. Activating phantom steps, he flashed behind Wang Zicheng like a bolt of lightning and pressed his index finger against Wang Zicheng's back. Battle chi surged from his fingertips as he chuckled, "Brother Wang, why are you so angry?" He didn't transmit his voice. Not only did young Master Hao and Wang Yu hear it, but so did the scarred man. That's right. That's his voice. So he's the one behind it. The scarred man's eyes flashed fiercely. Sensing the battle chi on Qin Feiyang's fingertips, Wang Zicheng's eyes darkened. "Brother, what do you want to do?" Wang Yu scanned Wang Zicheng's surroundings and shouted, "Mu, where are you hiding? Come out. Can't you be a little gentler?" Qin Feiyang said helplessly. With a thought, he stopped using the concealment spell and immediately revealed himself. "Brother Mu, how did you do it?" Young Master Hao looked at him, dumbfounded. "Brother Mu?" Wang Zicheng frowned when he heard young Master Hao call him that. "What's your relationship? Let's talk about it later." Qin Feiyang smiled at young Master Hao, then looked at Wang Zicheng and said, "Technically, I'm his junior brother." "So you're with them?" Wang Zicheng clenched his fists, then glanced at Wang Yu and asked, "What's your relationship with her?" Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Didn't I tell you? I got a cheap fiancé." What? Wang Zicheng was stunned. Wang Yu was angry. She rushed up and pushed Wang Zicheng away, glaring at Qin Feiyang and saying, "Tell me clearly today, what do you mean by a cheap fiancé?" Qin Feiyang pursed his lips and said, "That's the truth." "That's the truth?" Wang Yu was so angry that she laughed and said, "I have talent, beauty, and family background. Tell me, which part of me doesn't deserve you?" "I don't care," Qin Feiyang said lightly. "I like it. Little girl, why don't you come with me?" Wang Zicheng leaned forward and chuckled. Scram! Qin Feiyang and Wang Yu roared at him at the same time, and then the two of them stared at each other. "You don't say anything, I don't say anything either." Wang Zicheng, who was looking for trouble, pursed his lips and moved to young Master Hao's side. He asked in a low voice, "Are they really engaged?" Young Master Hao glanced at him, nodded, and said, "Of course, and it was my father, the chief pagoda master, who personally arranged the marriage." He was careful not to reveal his true identity. Something's not right. Since they are engaged, why is their relationship so stiff? Wang Zicheng asked curiously. "I don't understand either. They obviously care about each other, but every time they see each other, they have to quarrel with each other." "Bro, do you think people in love are all like this?" Young Master Hao asked. "I've never been in love. How would I know?" Wang Zicheng rolled his eyes, but suddenly he seemed to think of something. He stretched out his hand and said, "Wait, what did you call me just now? Brother, are we that close?" Young Master Hao was stunned. Then he suddenly shivered and quickly retreated. After Qin Feiyang and Wang Yu's quarrel, he completely forgot that he had a grudge with this monstrous young man. Don't be so nervous. If I really wanted to deal with you, you would have died a long time ago. Wang Zicheng looked at young Master Hao disdainfully, then looked at Qin Feiyang and Wang Yuer again, his face full of displeasure. Motherfucker. I'm such a handsome man, but I haven't found a woman yet. But this bastard, who looks so ugly, can find such a beautiful fiancée. Where is the justice? The more he thought about it, the more unconvinced he was. He rushed to Qin Feiyang and separated them. What are you doing? Qin Feiyang and Wang Yuer glared at him impatiently. Wang Zicheng turned a deaf ear to them. He stared at Qin Feiyang and shouted in high spirits, "Moo, I want to challenge you." What the hell? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Wang Zicheng said, "If you win, I promise to do one thing for you unconditionally. But if I win, you have to break the engagement and promise not to pester her anymore." Qin Feiyang and the other two were stunned. Fu Han and the others in the distance also looked at each other. What was going on this time? Fu Han glanced at them and said in a low voice, "This is a good opportunity. Let's run away while they're having an internal conflict." The other 9 burly men's eyes lit up. They followed Fu Han and quietly retreated into the forest behind them. You want to leave? But they were too naive. Qin Feiyang was a cautious person. How could he give them a chance to escape? Swish. He turned around and stepped out in front of the 10 men. He asked with a smile, "Where do you want to go? Do you want me to send you off?" No, we can go on our own." Fu Han quickly waved his hand with a flattering smile on his face. Qin Feiyang said, "It's not impossible for you to leave. Tell me, who ordered you to assassinate me?" Fu Han hurriedly shook his head and said, "No one ordered us to assassinate you. This is a misunderstanding." "I heard your conversation clearly. How dare you say it's a misunderstanding? Do you think I'm stupid?" Qin Feiyang pursed his lips into a smile, but his eyes were filled with killing intent. Fu Han and the others could not help but feel a chill down their spines. Fu Han knelt on the ground and begged, "Young master, I can't tell you. Please let us go. I swear that I won't cause trouble for you again." "How much weight do you think your oath has?" Qin Feiyang chuckled as he suddenly swung out his palm, causing crimson red sword chi to surge explosively and transform into an enormous wave that pounced towards the 9 robust men. Ah! Accompanied by screams, the 9 men died on the spot. Not even their bones were left. Tis. Ruthless. Wang Zicheng was speechless. Fu Han was so scared that he peed his pants. His face was ashen and he felt helpless. Qin Feiyang said lightly, "I heard them call you Lord Fu Han. Fu Anshan and Fu Xiong happen to have the same surname. What's your relationship with them?" Fu Han was in a difficult position. "You're not going to tell me?" Qin Feiyang narrowed his eyes and a bone-piercing chill spread out from his body. Fu Han said, "I'll tell you. I'm Fu Anshan's confidant. He asked me to kill you to avenge Fu Xiong." As expected, Qin Feiyang mumbled. Then he glanced at young Master Hao and Wang Yuer and continued to ask, "Did Fu Anshan say to kill them too?" "Yes, he said not to leave a single one alive." Fu Han said, "Damn it. That old thing is really asking for courage from the heavens." When Wang Yuer and Fu Han heard that, their eyes flickered with strong killing intent. Wang Zicheng looked at Wang Yuer and Fu Han suspiciously. From their tone, it seemed that their identities were not simple either. Qin Feiyang glanced at Wang Zicheng and said to young Master Hao, "Brother Hao, take out the image crystal." Young Master Hao took out the image crystal and asked. Qin Feiyang smiled and lowered his head to look at Fu Han, saying, "Now, repeat what you said just now." Young Master Hao suddenly realized that he was collecting evidence. He looked at Qin Feiyang in admiration and activated the image crystal. Fu Han also obediently repeated it again. Because he had no choice, he had to do it if he wanted to live. Done. Now, Fu Anshan won't be able to defend himself. After young Master Hao recorded it, he looked at Qin Feiyang and smiled. That old fox, if there's no evidence, he'll definitely deny it. Qin Feiyang said. Fu Han looked at Qin Feiyang pitifully and said, "Young master, I've done as you said. Can you let me go now? I still have a few questions. Qin Feiyang said. Please ask. Fu Han hurriedly said. I remember that when I first met Fu Anshan, he was only a 9-star war saint. As a war emperor, how could you be willing to be his subordinate? Qin Feiyang said. He definitely couldn't see through Fu Anshan's cultivation. But at that time, Yan Wei was beside him, and the person who said that Fu Anshan was a 9-star war saint was Yan Wei. You all underestimated Fu Anshan's strength. Fu Han shook his head. Qin Feiyang was startled and frowned. What do you mean? Are you saying that he hid his cultivation? That's right. He is an ambitious person, so he has always hidden his true cultivation. Fu Han nodded. Young Master Hao asked, then what is his true cultivation? Fu Han said, 2-star war emperor. Young Master Hao was shocked. Amazing, he actually hid it so deeply. Indeed. Wang Yu nodded. She had seen Fu Anshan a few times, but she didn't notice that Fu Anshan was hiding his cultivation. Last question. Did Fu Anshan send someone to assassinate Shen Feiyun and Li He? Qin Feiyang said. Young Master Hao was startled and asked, You also received the news? Qin Feiyang sighed. It's hard for me not to know about such a big matter. Young Master Hao couldn't help but sigh. His expression was slightly gloomy. He then looked at Fu Han and shouted, Tell me quickly, did you do this? I don't know. When I left the Divine City and came to the Azure Sea, Fu Anshan didn't mention this to me. But there is a piece of news that might be helpful to you. Fu Anshan is colluding with the Divine Python tribe. Fu Han said. What? Qin Feiyang and the other two were tongue-tied. This news was too unexpected. The Divine Python tribe was one of the super tribes and had an important position in the Central Divine Kingdom, while Fu Anshan was just a manager in the North City of the Trading Pavilion. As for Fu Anshan's cultivation, in front of a super tribe, it was nothing at all. It could be said that the difference between the two was like heaven and earth. How could they be colluding? Is this news true? Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice. Fu Han smiled bitterly. How would I dare to lie to you now? Qin Feiyang said. Then why are they colluding? I don't know, because every time Fu Anshan sent a message to the leader of the Divine Python tribe, he would first send the people around him away, including me. But once I faintly heard outside the door that Fu Anshan seemed to have something on the leader of the Divine Python tribe. Fu Han said thoughtfully. That's right. Because only in this case can Fu Anshan collude with the Divine Python tribe. Maybe I already know who killed Shen Feiyun and Li He. Chapter 1014. He had heard of it. Young Master Hao was shocked and asked in a low voice, Could it be the Divine Python tribe? I'm not sure about Li He's strength, but Shen Feiyun is very strong. Fu Anshan alone can't kill him. But if the Divine Python tribe takes action, it will be a very easy thing. After all, these super tribes have 9-star combat emperors. However, before we get confirmation, we'd better not make wild guesses. What I want to know the most now is, what exactly does Fu Anshan have on the leader of the Divine Python tribe? Qin Feiyang said. To be able to make the leader of a super tribe bow his head, this information must be very important. Young Master Hao frowned and said, I know about the Divine Python tribe. They have always been law-abiding and haven't done anything out of line. Qin Feiyang sneered and said, I said, you can't judge people and things by appearances. When he first met this person at the apprenticeship ceremony, he had a very good impression of him. But who knew that this person was actually a villain who killed his own brother and schemed to take the position of leader? So, appearances were not reliable at all. You can't judge by appearances. Young Master Hao pondered for a moment and asked, Should I inform my father now and investigate them? Wang Yu scolded, Can you be a little more promising? Don't ask others for help for everything. This matter has already involved the Divine Python tribe. Can we handle it with just the few of us? Young Master Hao frowned and his tone was very unconfident. You've already admitted defeat before it starts? You can't do this. Actually, this is a good opportunity to prove your value to your father. As long as you can investigate this matter, I can guarantee that he will definitely look at you in a different light. Qin Feiyang smiled and said. Young Master Hao's eyes lit up, but then he became melancholic. This matter was simple to say, but it would be very troublesome to do it. The most important thing was that he had never dealt with this kind of thing before and had no experience at all. He didn't know how to do it. Qin Feiyang saw young Master Hao's worry and patted him on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Don't be nervous, deal with the matter here first. When we return to the Divine City, I'll help you." Young Master Hao nodded. Looking at the smile on Qin Feiyang's face, he felt a lot more at ease. He felt that as long as Qin Feiyang made a move, there was nothing that could not be done. Wang Yue looked at Qin Feiyang with a strange light flashing in her beautiful eyes. Fu Han looked at Qin Feiyang pitifully and asked, "I've told you everything I know. Can you let me go now?" "You can leave any time." Qin Feiyang smiled. "So straightforward?" Fu Han's expression froze for a moment before he kowtowed in ecstasy. "Thank you for sparing my life, young master." However, as he spoke, an imperceptible cold light flashed in his eyes. After saying that, he got up and ran towards the forest without looking back. "He said he would let you go, but I didn't. People like you should go to the 18th level of hell." But at this moment, a bone-chilling voice rang out. Fu Han's body trembled. He immediately sped up and fled like a madman. However, his sea of qi had been destroyed and his cultivation had been lost. Even if he used all his strength, he could not be fast enough. A battle qi streaked across the sky like an arrow and instantly penetrated the back of his head, killing him on the spot. The person who attacked him was Wang Yue. This little girl is also so ferocious? Looking at Fu Han lying on the ground, Wang Zicheng's pupils constricted. Then he looked at Wang Yue with fear in his eyes. Wang Yue frowned and shouted, "What are you looking at? Be careful not to dig out your eyeballs." "Come and try me if you can," Wang Zicheng said with an evil smile. Wang Yue narrowed her eyes, revealing a dangerous signal. But suddenly, she seemed to have thought of something. She ignored Wang Zicheng and turned to Qin Feiyang, her eyes as sharp as blades. "What?" Qin Feiyang's heart tightened. "Why did you hide in the void just now?" Wang Yue walked toward Qin Feiyang with light steps. Her face was full of hostility. Obviously, she had thought of something. "Well," Qin Feiyang hurriedly retreated while looking for an excuse. "Are you looking for an excuse? Don't bother. You were the one behind the ghost incident at the Soothing Lake, weren't you?" Wang Yue said with a smile. Qin Feiyang was very annoyed. This little vixen was really difficult to deal with. "If you don't say anything, I'll take it as an admission. How is it? Do I look good? Don't say that you didn't see it. I had just taken a bath. Unless you're blind." Wang Yue smiled brighter, but Qin Feiyang became more and more nervous. Beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. "Just took a bath?" Wang Zicheng stared and turned to young Master Hao, asking, "What's going on?" Young Master Hao smiled helplessly and said, "I can't explain it now. But I can predict that Brother Mu will have a hard time in the future." "It seems interesting." Wang Zicheng mumbled and looked at Qin Feiyang and Wang Yue suspiciously. "Answer me. Do I look good?" Wang Yue approached Qin Feiyang step by step with a smile still on her face. However, Qin Feiyang and the other two who were present could feel a chill that made their hair stand on end. "Brother Hao, Brother Wang, I'll go first." Suddenly, Qin Feiyang shouted at young Master Hao and Wang Zicheng, then turned and quickly ran into the jungle. "Dirty bastard! Shameless old thief! I won't let you go today." Wang Yue's anger also exploded. She chased after him aggressively. Seeing this, Wang Zicheng and Wang Yue looked at each other. Wang Zicheng frowned and said, "Brother, what's their relationship? Why does it look so complicated?" "Get used to it." Young Master Hao shook his head and smiled. "Then what should we do?" Wang Zicheng asked. Young Master Hao said, "I will definitely follow him. As for you, speaking of which..." Young Master Hao couldn't help frowning. This person was not only powerful, but also had an extremely strange personality. It was hard to tell whether he was an enemy or a friend. Wang Zicheng chuckled and said, "Are you afraid that I will harm you?" Young Master Hao said, "One must be wary of others. You're quite direct. Since that's the case, you have to be on guard at all times. Because I may attack you at any time. Wang Zicheng laughed mockingly, then turned into a stream of light and chased after Qin Feiyang and Wang Yu. What does this person want to do? Young Master Hao raised his eyebrows. Ancestor Mu was like this, and so was Wang Zicheng. Why were these people more unpredictable than the other? Is this the outside world? Young Master Hao looked up at the sky, and a smile quietly appeared on his face. The outside world is very exciting, isn't it? At this time, a young man walked out of the jungle in front and looked at young Master Hao with a smile. It was Qin Feiyang who had escaped before. In fact, he didn't escape at all. After entering the jungle, he immediately went to the castle. Otherwise, with his speed, how could he escape from Wang Yuer's evil clutches? Didn't you leave? Where's my sister? Young Master Hao was stunned and said in surprise. I got rid of her. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly, and then looked at the sky with a trace of disappointment between his eyebrows and said, For you who have never seen all this, the people and things you meet now are very fresh, and you are full of longing for things in the future, but I am tired of all this. Young Master Hao looked at Qin Feiyang. In a trance, he saw the pain and sadness in Qin Feiyang's heart. He should be a person with a lot of hidden stories. The two looked at the sky in silence. A breeze blew, disturbing Qin Feiyang's thoughts. He let out a silent sigh, turned to look at young Master Hao, and said with a smile, Although I am tired of it, for you, this is just the beginning. Do your best. I will. You have to work hard too. Young Master Hao nodded and said with a smile. I have been working hard, and I have never given up. Qin Feiyang smiled, turned around, and walked into the forest. Young Master Hao walked a few steps and then stopped, looking at Qin Feiyang's back, and said, What's wrong? Qin Feiyang stopped, turned around, and looked at him suspiciously. Young Master Hao was silent for a while, and then said, If one day you want to find someone to talk to, you can come to me. I will be a quiet listener. Thank you. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly, turned around, and gradually walked away. His thin back seemed a bit lonely. Can you tell me? What kind of person are you? Young Master Hao murmured to himself. Unfortunately, Qin Feiyang was already far away, and didn't hear him. Boom. Crack. Boom. Wang Yuer and Wang Zicheng had now arrived at the end of the island. The sea ahead was covered by dark clouds, and the wind was howling. Lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. Huge waves were dozens of feet high, and could be said to be overwhelming. Where is he? Wang Yuer glanced at the inland sea in surprise, and then looked around, her eyebrows furrowed. She had been chasing him all the way, but she didn't catch up? Wang Zicheng said suspiciously, Could he have gone to the inland sea alone? Impossible. He is only a one-star battle saint. Even if he had a pair of wings, he couldn't have escaped from my pursuit. He must be behind. Bastard, he is really like a loach. Wang Yuer said. Wang Zicheng smiled. He has already broken through to the second-star battle saint. What? So fast. I remember that he just broke through to the one-star battle saint 2 months ago. Wang Yuer looked at Wang Zicheng in surprise. What the hell? 2 months ago? Then why did he tell me that it was a year ago? Wang Zicheng was shocked. A year ago? Wang Yuer was startled and then sneered, It seems that you are not trustworthy. Otherwise, he wouldn't have hidden it from you. Wang Zicheng raised his eyebrows and said, Are you sure that he broke through to the one-star battle saint 2 months ago? Wang Yuer said, Nonsense, all the disciples of the main pagoda know. Bastard, you dare to lie to me. You have really disappointed me. Wang Zicheng immediately roared. Cultivating from 1-star battle saint to 2-star battle saint in 2 months, how shocking was this speed? Chapter 10:15. At the same time, Qin Feiyang and young Master Hao walked side by side into the forest. They were talking and laughing, looking quite comfortable. When they passed by a mountain ridge, young Master Hao asked, 2 months ago, you suddenly left. What did you do? Investigate that white-haired old man. He is Guxiangzhong, the steward of the Qilin tribe. Qin Feiyang did not hide anything and told him the whole story in detail. After listening, young Master Hao was shocked and then sighed. I thought he was a good person, but I didn't expect him to have evil intentions. Qin Feiyang said, "That's why I warned you again and again, don't just look at the surface." I've learned something. Young Master Hao shook his head and smiled, then said, "Who is that person? He is actually a 9-star battle saint at such a young age?" His name is Wang Zicheng, one of the 10 heroes of the Blue Sea. He has amazing means. Guxiangzhong died in his hands. Qin Feiyang said. So strong. Young Master Hao was stunned. The strength and talent of the 10 heroes of the Blue Sea, I'm afraid that even the disciples of the Holy Land in the main tower can't compare to them. But this Wang Zicheng is said to be very unreliable. You have to be careful. Qin Feiyang warned. I know this. Young Master Hao nodded. During the conversation, Qin Feiyang and young Master Hao arrived in front of a lake. This lake was located in the center of the Divine Island. It was more than 1,000 feet long. Although the lake water was clear and sparkling, there was nothing special about it. However, Qin Feiyang stopped by the lake. What's wrong? Young Master Hao looked at him suspiciously. I don't know why, but since I entered this divine island, I have an inexplicable sense of intimacy. And here, the sense of intimacy is even stronger. Qin Feiyang glanced at the lake and whispered, Intimacy? It shouldn't be. Young Master Hao glanced at the lake and asked, Have you been here before? Qin Feiyang shook his head. Then it must be an illusion. Young Master Hao laughed. It can't be a misconception. That's because that feeling of intimacy has been pervading my heart the entire time. It has never disappeared. Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered as he suddenly made a decision. Stay here and wait for me. I'll go down and take a look. That's not a good idea. We don't even know what's at the bottom of the lake. It's safer for me to go down with you, said young Master Hao. All right. Qin Feiyang thought about it and nodded in agreement. Dong. The two of them jumped into the lake. Hey, woman, do you like to admire your ancestors? At the end of the island, Wang Zicheng looked at the rolling waves in the inland sea and asked in a deep voice. Wang Yuer was stunned. She looked at Wang Zicheng and asked in puzzlement, Are you asking me? Nonsense, who else is here other than you? Wang Zicheng snappily said. I don't like him at all. Not only do I not like him, I hate him. Wang Yuer snorted. But Wang Zicheng asked. There are many reasons. First of all, he's younger than me. You can say that he's just a little kid in front of me. But the hateful thing is that he always acts like an old man. Moreover, he despises me very much. He feels that being engaged to me is like having 8 lifetimes of bad luck. The worst thing is that he actually said I'm a burden. You be the judge. I'm a 9-star battle saint after all. How can I be a burden? Wang Yuer was indignant. I see. Wang Zicheng suddenly understood and said with a sneaky smile, Then be with me. I definitely won't despise you. Get lost. Wang Yuer's face darkened. Wang Zicheng said unhappily, Why? I fell in love with you at first sight. Can't you give me a chance? Do I know you that well? Why should I give you a chance? Wang Yuer looked disdainful. Wang Zicheng smiled bitterly and shook his head. It seems that you really haven't noticed. Noticed what? Wang Yuer was suspicious. Wang Zicheng said, You've unknowingly fallen in love with him. Fall in love with him? Impossible. Wang Yuer decisively denied it. Don't deny it. Although I've never really been in a relationship with anyone, I'm still very experienced in this aspect. Because he ignored you and made you angry. Because he despised you and made you annoyed. Because he didn't care about you and made you anxious. Finally, because your personality is too strong, if he doesn't take the initiative to confess to you, then in your subconscious, you'll never admit that you like him. You always find trouble with him because you want to attract his attention and make him care more about you. To put it bluntly, you're looking for a sense of existence. Wang Zicheng said. A row of black lines appeared on Wang Yuer's forehead and she said angrily, Get lost. I can get whatever I want. Do I need to look for a sense of existence in front of him? Perhaps it's as you said. You have a high status in the divine city and can get whatever you want. However, feelings aren't something you can get just because you want to. It won't disappear just because you deny it. Little girl, calm down and think about it. Perhaps you'll have an answer soon. Wang Zicheng said with a smile. I know what I'm thinking. You don't have to worry about it. By the way, are you very old? Are you calling me a little girl? Wang Yuer snorted and looked up at the inland sea. Although her eyes were firm, she was a little confused. Did she really start to like him? The lake. Qin Feiyang and the other man searched inside and out, but they didn't find anything. At the bottom of the lake, there was nothing but scattered gravel and mud. Young Master Hao said, Brother, I told you that you had an illusion, but you didn't believe me. Now you've seen it. It's purely a waste of time. Is it really an illusion? But this sense of intimacy is so real. Qin Feiyang stood at the bottom of the lake and looked around, a little upset. Suddenly Qin Feiyang's eyes narrowed. What's wrong? Young Master Hao was surprised. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice, We've been searching all the way, but it seems that we haven't met a single fierce beast. Young Master Hao was stunned, and then his eyes trembled. He said, You're right. We haven't seen any fierce beasts. That's very unreasonable. The lake is so big. Even if there are no fierce beasts, there should be fish and shrimp, right? But we haven't even seen a shrimp or crab. Qin Feiyang said. Young Master Hao said, There's something wrong. Shall we search again? Let's search separately and be more careful. Qin Feiyang nodded. The two immediately separated and carried out a carpet search at the bottom of the lake, not even letting go of the mud and gravel. Nothing, there's nothing. After a while, Qin Feiyang stood on a piece of gravel, looking quite irritable. Brother, come here. I found something strange. But at this time, young Master Hao's voice sounded in his mind. Qin Feiyang was refreshed and transmitted his voice. Where are you? Young Master Hao said, In the center of the lake. Qin Feiyang immediately swam over and soon saw young Master Hao standing at the bottom of the lake, looking down at something. Qin Feiyang swam to him and looked down. How is it possible? His eyes trembled immediately, and his face was full of disbelief. There was a smooth stone under young Master Hao's feet, and the mud on it had been wiped away. And on the stone, a pattern was carved. This pattern was a person, but the face was too blurred to be seen clearly. He could only vaguely tell that it was a relatively burly man. However, the other areas were all clearly carved. The man was holding a harpoon in his hand, and there was a pair of wings on his back. However, his lower body had no legs, and instead, it was replaced by a fish tail. This pattern, wasn't it a mermaid? Qin Feiyang's mind was in a mess at once. How could there be a mermaid pattern here? Who was the one who left behind this pattern? Young Master Hao said, I've never seen this pattern. Brother, do you know what it is? You've never seen it? Qin Feiyang looked at young Master Hao in surprise. I've never even heard of it. Young Master Hao shook his head. Qin Feiyang's eyes suddenly flashed. Young Master Hao had never seen it. Did that mean that there were no mermaids in Forgotten Continent? Otherwise, with young Master Hao's status, even if he had never seen it, he must have heard of it. Since there were no mermaids in Forgotten Continent, how could there be this pattern? Could it be? Qin Feiyang's heart trembled. Could it be related to the great Qin Empire's mermaid clan? That's right. In the inheritance ground of the main tower, there was a statue of the ancestor, and here there was a mermaid pattern, plus that sense of intimacy. Could there be some connection between the two? Suddenly, he remembered a sentence that the mermaid emperor had once said. Because of the ancestor's kindness of not killing, the first-generation mermaid emperor, the black wing emperor, and the white wing emperor all followed the ancestor. Similarly, these three people also disappeared with the ancestor. Could this mermaid pattern be related to these three people? Chaos. Complete chaos. Qin Feiyang couldn't figure it out at all. Young Master Hao sized up Qin Feiyang and said, Brother, from the looks of it, you should know. Can you tell me? Qin Feiyang rubbed his forehead, shook his head and said, I don't know what to say now. I can only tell you that I do know this pattern, and it has some origins. Young Master Hao's eyes revealed surprise, looked at the mermaid pattern again, and said, "Then, the sense of intimacy that you have should be brought by it?" "Very likely." Qin Feiyang nodded, bent down, stretched out his big hand, and rubbed the mermaid pattern. Sure enough. That sense of intimacy multiplied. Young Master Hao suddenly said, "Do you think there's something inside the mechanism here?" Mechanism? Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned. Young Master Hao's words reminded him. Based on his previous experience, there were usually hidden mysteries in such places. Quickly look for it. Young Master Hao urged, also in high spirits. The two carefully groped around the pattern. And they also tried to lift the stone with the mermaid pattern, but both of them showed disappointment. Except for this mermaid pattern, there was nothing else. It seems that I'm thinking too much. Young Master Hao smiled helplessly at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang also smiled bitterly and said, "Maybe this is just a simple mark and there's no other deep meaning at all." "Then let's go. After such a long delay, if we don't hurry to meet up, my sister will definitely go crazy again. It's better not to provoke that tigress." Young Master Hao said. Qin Feiyang nodded, looked at the mermaid pattern again, and then flew out of the lake with Young Master Hao to the end of the island. Maybe this sense of intimacy didn't come from him, but from the concentric knot. Although he had no blood relationship with the mermaid clan, the appearance of the concentric knot allowed him to have a telepathic connection with the mermaid princess, so he felt the intimacy of the mermaid pattern. But this was just his guess, and he couldn't take it seriously. After Qin Feiyang and Young Master Hao left, the pattern still didn't move. Chapter 10:16. At the end of the island, Wang Yuer and Wang Zicheng stood on the edge of a cliff, looking at the inland sea in silence. "What's going on?" When Qin Feiyang flew over and saw this scene, he was quite surprised. Putting aside the grudge between Wang Zicheng and Wang Yuer, with Wang Zicheng's character, he would definitely make a fuss if he was alone with Wang Yuer. But why was it so quiet now? "It's weird." Young Master Hao couldn't help murmuring. They looked at each other and flew over carefully. Young Master Hao smiled embarrassedly and said, "Sister, why are you standing here? Do you still need to ask?" "Of course, we're waiting for you." Wang Yuer turned around, her eyes burning with anger. Young Master Hao stepped back without hesitation and waved his hand. "Sister, calm down and listen to my explanation." However, before Young Master Hao finished, Wang Yuer calmed down in an instant and said lightly, "Don't explain. Let's go." After saying that, she flew into the air and entered the inland sea like lightning. What's going on? She didn't get mad? Young Master Hao was shocked and turned to look at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang shrugged. Who knew what this woman was doing? Young Master Hao leaned over to Wang Zicheng and whispered, "Did something happen just now? Why is she so abnormal?" "Who knows?" Wang Zicheng raised his mouth and smiled. He looked at Qin Feiyang with a meaningful gaze before he also entered the inner sea. "It's strange." Young Master Hao murmured. Qin Feiyang patted him on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Don't think about it. Women are fickle creatures." "But it's too fast, isn't it? The ghost incident that night, in fact, I can imagine that you must have seen her naked. If it were in normal times, she would definitely fight you to death." Young Master Hao said, "Yes, there is indeed a problem." Qin Feiyang nodded and looked at Wang Yuer's back with suspicion. "So, you admit it? Did you also take away the soul refining method?" said Young Master Hao. Qin Feiyang's face darkened and he said angrily, "After all this time, it turns out that you were trying to trick me? You only noticed it now? It seems that your brain isn't that good after all." Young Master Hao said proudly. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but feel helpless. "What are you guys still mumbling about? Hurry up." Wang Yuer's impatient shout came. All right. I'll be right there." Young Master Hao hurriedly responded. Then he looked at Qin Feiyang seriously and said, "Since you've seen my sister's naked body, then you should take on the responsibility that a man should have." Qin Feiyang frowned. "I'm not joking. Although she is not my biological sister, I see her as family. My father loves her very much and treats her like his own daughter. So, if you dare to abandon her, we won't let you off." At this moment, young Master Hao was filled with a shocking sharpness. After saying that, he chased after Wang Yu. Headache. Qin Feiyang rubbed his temples. He really didn't expect the situation to develop to this point. If this matter was known by the chief tower master, Wang Su, and Wang Yuer's parents, he was afraid that they would force him to marry Wang Yuer immediately. Why did you come to tease me back then? Isn't this making both of us feel uncomfortable? Qin Feiyang sighed helplessly. Looking at Wang Yuer's back, his eyes were full of helplessness. If this woman hadn't gone to the martial arts treasury and snatched the 10th part of the soul refining technique back then, none of this would have happened at all. He shouldn't have stolen the jade scroll when Wang Yuer was bathing. However, it had already happened. It was useless to say anything more. He could only brace himself and face it. He collected his thoughts, turned into a stream of light, and chased after her at lightning speed. At the same time, a group of sea beasts suddenly jumped out of the sea in front of Wang Yuer. That's right. It wasn't 1 or 10, but a group. There were a total of 50 to 60 of them. They were huge like crocodiles with dense scales. Their roars were deafening. Moreover, each of them exuded a terrifying aura of a saint. Obviously, all of them were saint beasts. Qin Feiyang glanced at them one by one. These Neptune crocodiles should be between 1-star and 3-star saint beasts. Their target was Wang Yuer, who was flying at the front. Their ferocious mouths were filled with ghastly fangs. It was extremely terrifying. You're courting death. Wang Yuer's gaze turned cold. Her aura suddenly erupted. She stepped into the air and smashed a Neptune crocodile with one palm. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere, dyeing the sea below red. Immediately afterward, she turned in the air and charged toward another Neptune crocodile. Wang Zicheng stopped in the air and didn't make a move. After all, in his eyes, even a 9-star saint beast might not pose a threat to him. Qin Feiyang and young Master Hao both rushed over and landed beside Wang Zicheng. Did you see that? As soon as you entered the inner sea, you encountered a group of saint beasts blocking your way. Therefore, you must not walk here with the same mentality as you did in the outer sea. Because no one knows when a 9-star saint beast or even an emperor beast will jump out. Wang Zicheng said. Qin Feiyang and young Master Hao nodded. Indeed. The inner sea couldn't be compared to the outer sea. Here, danger was everywhere and one could lose their life at any time. Young Master Hao looked at Wang Yuer and said with a smile, I found that my sister is particularly energetic today. Why do you say that? Qin Feiyang and young Master Hao were curious. Young Master Hao said, if it were any other time, she would definitely let us deal with it first. But this time, she directly rushed forward without saying a word. Is that so? Wang Zicheng muttered and glanced at Qin Feiyang from the corner of his eyes. Then he looked at Wang Yuer. It seemed that this woman was confused. Wang Yuer was indeed confused. Her eyes also looked confused. After hearing Wang Zicheng's words on the island, her heart couldn't calm down. She wanted to deny what Wang Zicheng said, but for some reason she was powerless to do so. It seemed that what Wang Zicheng said really existed. I don't believe it. That bastard is selfish, self-centered, arrogant, shameless, and obscene. I can't wait to hate him. How can I like him? And he's not handsome, his cultivation is not strong, and his family background is not good. There's nothing that can catch my eye at all. That's right. That's it. I will never like him. I, Wang Yuer, am a proud daughter of heaven, and only a proud son of heaven is worthy of me. All the other stinky men, get the hell away from me. She murmured as she killed. Her clothes fluttered, like an otherworldly fairy, wandering among dozens of Neptune crocodiles. His confused eyes gradually cleared up and became firm. Her expression also became incomparably arrogant. At the same time, there was a trace of disdain. I don't like him at all. I'm only annoyed with him. All of a sudden, she shouted in her heart, and the pressure of a 9-star battle sage fully erupted, turning into an invisible wave that swept in all directions. Roar! Accompanied by a series of painful howls, the Neptune crocodiles exploded one after another. In less than 3 breaths, A group of Neptune crocodiles were all buried in the sea. Now I feel comfortable all over. Looking at the blood-stained seawater, Wang Yuer smiled coldly and arrogantly, turned to look at Qin Feiyang and the other two, and said, "What are you still standing there for? Do you want me to pick you up with a palanquin? If you really get a palanquin, I won't be polite." Wang Zicheng laughed sinisterly. "Is that so?" Wang Yuer smiled, like a flower blooming in the dark night, charming and incomparably stunning. "Not good." Qin Feiyang and young Master Hao's expressions changed, and they hurriedly turned their heads to look elsewhere. Obviously, this little demoness had used her charming technique again. But Wang Zicheng didn't know. The moment his eyes met Wang Yuer's, he couldn't help but be intoxicated. Wang Yuer said, "Go run naked." Wang Zicheng nodded in a daze, took off his big pants again, threw it casually, and ran toward the sea ahead. Young Master Hao shook his head. Qin Feiyang nodded, then swooped down and grabbed Wang Zicheng's big pants. Because Wang Zicheng's universe bag was tied to this big pants, it couldn't fall into the sea. Otherwise, with this guy's character, when he woke up, he would definitely settle the score with Wang Yuer. "Humph, let's see if you dare to be arrogant in front of me in the future." Wang Yuer snorted coldly, looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Let's go." The two looked at each other. Why did they feel that the old Wang Yuer had returned? Young Master Hao flew over and persuaded in a low voice, "Sister, you'd better restrain yourself, don't really annoy him." "So what if I annoy him?" Wang Yuer said lightly. Young Master Hao said helplessly, "He is very strong. Do you know Guxiang, the butler of the Qilin tribe? He died in his hands." Wang Yuer was shocked and asked, "When did it happen?" 2 months ago. Young Master Hao told Wang Yuer everything that Qin Feiyang had told him in detail. "Really?" Wang Yuer looked at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang nodded. "They even dared to assassinate the chief pagoda master's personal disciple. It seems that the Qilin tribe's wings have hardened, and they want to rebel." Wang Yuer's eyes flashed coldly, then she looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, "Did you tell the chief pagoda master?" Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. "It's just a small matter, there's no need to alarm him." "Is there something wrong with your head? This is a small matter? Do you have to wait until you die to call it a big matter?" Wang Yuer was furious. "I know what to do." Qin Feiyang smiled, but he was a little puzzled. Why was this woman suddenly concerned about him? "Forget it, anyway, the person they wanted to assassinate is you. It's not my fault." Wang Yuer waved her hand impatiently and said, "Now that he's running naked, let's hurry up and get rid of him." "We can't leave him behind," Qin Feiyang said. "But don't tell me that you've really cultivated a deep friendship with him." Wang Yuer said, "That's not it. It's because he knows the location of the elixir fire, and he entered the inland sea this time for the elixir fire." Qin Feiyang said. Wang Yuer suddenly understood and said, "So you've been following him for the past 2 months?" Qin Feiyang nodded. Wang Yuer thought for a moment and nodded. "This is indeed good news. In this way, we don't have to waste time to inquire about it." Qin Feiyang said with a smile, "So you'd better be polite to him in the future. Don't always let him run naked. After all, men have self-esteem. Come on. Not to mention him, even if the two of you annoy me, I'll still let you run naked." Chapter 10:17. "Bitch, you're courting death." A moment later, accompanied by a furious roar, Wang Zicheng charged over ferociously. Qin Feiyang saw that the situation was not good, so he quickly went to stop Wang Zicheng and comforted him. "Brother Wang, calm down. You made me run naked twice. How do you expect me to calm down?" Wang Zicheng shouted and pushed Qin Feiyang away. He continued to attack Wang Yuer. Qin Feiyang flashed again and stood in front of Wang Zicheng. He said with a smile, "If you want to fight, shouldn't you put on your underwear first?" Wang Zicheng was stunned and his face turned red. He quickly grabbed his underwear from Qin Feiyang and put it on. "Brother Wang, I understand how you feel now, but you're a man after all. How can you be so calculative with a woman? Of course, it's not your fault, but other people don't know. What if people say that you bullied the old and the young?" Won't it damage the reputation of the 10 heroes of the Blue Sea? Why don't you give me some face and let it be a small matter? Qin Feiyang struck while the iron was hot and persuaded with a smile. Hearing this, Wang Zicheng glanced at Wang Yue with a gloomy face. In the end, he retracted his gaze and looked at Qin Feiyang. Okay, I'll give you face today, but if there's a next time, it's useless even if God begs for mercy. Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on her. There won't be a next time. Qin Feiyang laughed and then glared at Wang Yue as if to say, if you don't behave, you'll have to pray for yourself. Humph. Wang Yue snorted disdainfully and raised her hand. A light flashed in her palm and the Sage King ship appeared. When Wang Zicheng saw the Sage King ship, his face was suddenly filled with surprise. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, it's just a divine artifact. Why are you so surprised? Wang Zicheng didn't answer. Taking a step forward, he landed in front of Wang Yue and looked the Saint King ship up and down, his body bursting with intense killing intent. Sweeping his gaze over Qin Feiyang's group of 3, he asked solemnly, where did you get this Saint King ship? Young Master Hao was shocked. How do you know it's called the Saint King ship? Wang Zicheng's gaze turned cold as he said, it was mine in the first place, so of course I know. Yours? Qin Feiyang and the other 2 looked at each other. What was going on? Young Master Hao looked at Wang Zicheng and said, but this is something that we auctioned off in the exchange pavilion. Bastard! You snatched my stuff, and now you're auctioning it off? That's too much. Wang Zicheng was instantly enraged. Qin Feiyang asked, what's going on? This matter started half a year ago. Half a year ago, I was piloting the Saint King in the inner sea in search of some ruins. But on the way, an old man suddenly appeared, saying that he took a fancy to my Saint King ship and asked me to sell it to him. The Saint King ship is not only a saint artifact, but it can also prevent the harassment of sea beasts, so of course I was reluctant to part with it. In the end, he attacked me. If I hadn't run fast enough, I'm afraid I would have lost my life. Wang Zicheng clenched his fists. As one of the Azure Sea's 10 heroes, it was a stain on his life that he was robbed. Qin Feiyang said in surprise, to be able to snatch it from you, his strength is not simple. I can't see through him. But I thought that he would cherish the Saint King ship, but I didn't expect that he would auction it off. This is outrageous. Don't let me see him again. Wang Zicheng gritted his teeth, his body full of hostility. Following closely, Wang Zicheng looked at Wang Yue again, and a flattering smile appeared on his face as he rubbed his hands. No. Wang Yue decisively refused. Wang Zicheng's smile stiffened, and he said angrily, I haven't said anything yet. If you say no, do you know what I'm going to say? Don't you want me to return the Saint King ship to you? Dream on. Wang Yue snorted coldly, then waved her jade-like hand, and the Saint King ship immediately recovered and expanded. In the blink of an eye, a ship that was 100 meters long appeared in front of them, and a terrifying Saint Aura roared in all directions. Boom! Crash! Wang Yue waved her hand again, and the Saint King ship fell rapidly, crashing into the sea below, causing huge waves to surge. Wang Zicheng said angrily, can you be careful? Don't break it. It seemed that he really cared about the Saint King ship. The Saint King ship is mine now, so what does it have to do with you? Besides, how can a saint artifact be broken so easily? Wang Yue rolled her eyes at him, then swooped down and landed on the bow of the Saint King ship like lightning. It's just a saint artifact, it's not a big deal. Don't worry about it. Qin Feiyang patted Wang Zicheng's shoulder and said with a faint smile, then quickly landed on the Saint King ship. I just want to say one thing, it's basically impossible to get back something that's in her hands. The most important thing is that we bought it fair and square, so we have no obligation to return it to you. Young Master Hao chuckled and also flew down, landing next to Qin Feiyang, and curiously looking at the layout of the ship. Wang Zicheng looked at the 3 people and the Saint King ship, and his eyes flickered. Do you want to come down? If not, we're leaving. Seeing that Wang Zicheng was still not coming down, Wang Yue looked up at him and said impatiently. Wang Zicheng looked down at Wang Yue, and an imperceptible light flashed in the depths of his eyes, Then he chuckled and also entered the Saint King ship. I'm warning you, don't play any tricks. Wang Yuer said coldly to Wang Zicheng, then asked, which direction are we going? Wang Zicheng shrugged and said, you have more people, so how can I dare to play any tricks? Southwest. It's good that you know. Wang Yuer glanced at him, and with a thought, a dazzling white light burst out of the Saint King ship, forming a barrier that enveloped the entire ship. As soon as the barrier appeared, the wind and waves that were surging from all directions were immediately isolated. Following closely, the Saint King ship was like a sharp arrow, breaking through the waves. So fast. Young Master Hao murmured. After all, it's a saint artifact, so of course it's fast. Let's go, I'll show you around. There are many places that I personally arranged. Wang Zicheng said with a smile. Qin Feiyang and young Master Hao immediately followed Wang Zicheng and wandered around the Saint King ship. As for Wang Yuer, she sat at the bow and focused on steering the Saint King ship. The Saint King ship was made of a kind of black ancient wood. Although it was made of wood, it was extremely hard, and ordinary sharp weapons couldn't even scratch a mark on it. The 100-meter-long hull exuded a dazzling treasure light. And on the ship, everything was available, such as cabins, sails, anchors, and rudders. There was even a tea room, a restaurant, and a cultivation room for seclusion. However, although there were sails and rudders, they were basically useless, because driving the Saint King ship required one's mind. How do you feel? Qin Feiyang and the other two walked out of the cabin, and Wang Zicheng smiled proudly. Very good. Qin Feiyang nodded. Then I'll take you to the tea room now. If that old man didn't touch it, there should be a jar of good wine. Wang Zicheng said. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, I won't go, you guys go ahead. He had no interest in wine. Okay, let's go. Wang Zicheng took young Master Hao and strode towards the stern of the ship. But suddenly, Wang Zicheng stopped again and turned to look at Qin Feiyang, saying, by the way, there's something I forgot to tell you. You can't open the portal in the internal sea. What? Qin Feiyang was shocked and asked, can you use the image crystal to send messages? That's possible, but even if you can send messages, it doesn't mean much here. Wang Zicheng nodded, and then with a meaningful smile, he turned and left. The situation is not good. Qin Feiyang muttered. Indeed, as Wang Zicheng said, in the case of not being able to open the portal, the image crystal didn't mean much. Because when they encountered danger, even if they used the image crystal to ask for help from the people of the Divine City, without the portal, the people of the Divine City would not be able to rush over immediately. Qin Feiyang quickly walked to Wang Yuer's side and whispered, you heard what he said, right? Wang Yuer nodded. Next, we will really be alone and helpless. We must be careful, especially this Wang Zicheng. I have a feeling that he hasn't given up on the Saint King ship. Qin Feiyang warned. You don't need to remind me, I know. Wang Yuer said indifferently, with a sense of coldness that kept people thousands of miles away. Qin Feiyang shook his head with a wry smile and said, can't we get along peacefully? Wang Yuer glanced at him and said coldly, not interested. Qin Feiyang shook his head helplessly, too lazy to ask for a rebuff. He sat cross-legged on the side, took a battle chi pill, and closed his eyes to cultivate. The environment of the inland sea was extremely harsh. The deeper they went, the stronger the wind and waves, and the more sea beasts they encountered. However, even if those sea beasts came to besiege them, Qin Feiyang and the others didn't have to do anything because they couldn't break through the enchantment of the Saint King ship. In the blink of an eye. A month passed. The group had gone deep into the inland sea. Along the way, they also encountered many explorers, and even saw some explorers mercilessly torn apart by sea beasts. But from beginning to end, Wang Yuer never stopped the Saint King ship to help. It was not that she didn't want to help, but Qin Feiyang didn't allow her to. Because in such a cruel place, no one was a kind person. Once the other party found an opportunity, they would face eternal damnation. This morning, Wang Yuer was still driving the Saint King ship as fast as lightning on the sea. Suddenly, she seemed to have found something, and her eyes narrowed slightly, staring at the sea directly ahead, and said, look, what is that? Wang Zicheng and young Master Hao went to the restaurant that day, but they didn't find the so-called wine, so they also came to the deck of the bow and closed their eyes to cultivate. Hearing Wang Yuer's exclamation, the three of them opened their eyes in unison and looked up. They saw the sea in front of them was raging with strong winds and turbulent waves, and a behemoth was heading in their direction. But because it was too far away and the wind and waves were too strong, they couldn't see it clearly and could only see a rough outline. It seemed that it was also a huge ship. Why do I have an ominous feeling? Chapter 10:18. Qin Feiyang and the other two looked at Wang Zicheng's expression and became nervous. Because Wang Zicheng was the most familiar with the internal sea among them. If even he felt that something was wrong, then they must have encountered something terrifying. The speed of the behemoth was also very fast. In less than 5 breaths, it had clearly entered the sight of the four. It was really a huge ship. It was about the same size as the Sage King, and it was as black as ink. It looked like a monster running wildly on the sea. On the mast of the ship, there was a flag that was fluttering in the wind. On it was a picture of a blood-red venomous snake. It looked rather frightening. On the other side of the flag, there was the word, "One." Oh no, it's them. Quickly change direction, head south. When Wang Zicheng saw the snake pattern, his face changed and he shouted anxiously. Qin Feiyang and the other two looked at him in surprise. Wang Zicheng roared, "There's no time to explain, hurry up. Hurry up." Qin Feiyang also immediately looked at Wang Yuer and said. After being together with Wang Zicheng for so long, this was the first time he saw him so panicked. Obviously, the origin of that huge ship was not simple. Seeing that Wang Zicheng did not seem to be joking, Wang Yuer did not dare to delay and immediately controlled the Sage King, making a sharp turn and flying south. At the same time, there was also a group of people gathered on the huge ship. There were men and women, old and young, and without exception, all of them looked fierce and dressed strangely, exuding a bandit aura. The strangest thing was that there was a snake pattern between their eyebrows, which was exactly the same as the pattern on the flag. At this moment, a middle-aged man with the head of a snake and the eyes of a mouse stood on the deck of the ship, looking at the sea ahead. Suddenly, he saw the Sage King, and a trace of surprise climbed up on his face, and he shouted, "Boss, is that the Sage King? Sage King? Old Fifth Pan, are you dreaming?" Wang Zicheng's Sage King has long been robbed. How could it appear in the internal sea? But then again, the dignified 10 heroes of the Azure Sea can't even keep the Sage King. It's really embarrassing. The others on the ship immediately laughed. Meanwhile, beside the rudder, a middle-aged man stood with his hands behind his back. He wore a black eye patch over his left eye. His upper body was bare, revealing his well-developed chest muscles. He wore a pair of black trousers, which were extremely tattered. He wore a pair of tattered straw sandals on his feet. His thick black curly hair fluttered in the wind, looking a little dirty and messy, but the aura he emitted was extremely strong. When he heard old Fifth Pan's voice, a trace of a sneer appeared on his face. Am I really dreaming? The man called Old Fifth Pan rubbed his eyes and looked at the Saint King ship again. His eyes trembled and he shouted angrily, "I'm not joking, that's really the Saint King ship." The middle-aged man and the others were bewildered as they followed Old Fifth Pan's gaze. Really? Why is the Saint King ship here? Everyone immediately started discussing, talking at once, and it was extremely noisy. All of you, shut up. The middle-aged man standing in front of the rudder shouted. The faces of the group of people changed, and they all shut their mouths. In an instant, the place fell into a dead silence. The middle-aged man looked at the Saint King ship from afar. His eyes flashed with a sinister smile as he shouted, "I ask you, since the Saint King ship has appeared, what should we do?" "Snatch it." Old Fifth Pan and the others immediately shouted. "Wang Zicheng can't protect the Saint King ship, so we'll snatch it. I'm sure that when Wang Zicheng finds out that the Saint King ship is in our hands, he will cry and beg us to return it to him." The middle-aged man laughed loudly. "Boss is wise. When that time comes, we can humiliate him." Yes, that guy relies on his forbidden technique and is extremely arrogant. I've long wanted to teach him a lesson. I've long disliked him. When the time comes, I'll make him crawl under my crotch." The group of people waved their fists and roared, full of bandit spirit. "Then let's go." The middle-aged man shouted, and the giant ship suddenly turned into a stream of light, breaking through the heavy waves and chasing after the Saint King ship. The Saint King ship. Qin Feiyang looked at the sea behind him and asked Wang Zicheng, "Brother Wang, what is the origin of that ship that makes you so afraid?" "Who says I'm afraid?" Wang Zicheng looked at him fiercely. Qin Feiyang was stunned and frowned. "If you're not afraid, why do you want us to run?" "This," Wang Zicheng coughed and said indifferently, "I just don't want to cause trouble." Qin Feiyang and the other two stared at him strangely, with a look of disbelief. Wang Zicheng was a little angry and said disdainfully, "If I can use my forbidden technique now, I can kill those small fries with a slap." Wang Yuer said disdainfully, "In the end, you're afraid of them now. I say, don't you feel annoyed?" Wang Zicheng glared at her angrily. Qin Feiyang hurriedly stood between the two to mediate. If he didn't stop them, he was afraid that they would quarrel again. Young Master Hao asked, "Then who are they?" Wang Zicheng sighed and said, "That ship is called Viper No. 1. Like the Sage King, it's also a divine artifact. Those people on the ship are all Viper's subordinates." "Viper?" The three were suspicious. "Viper is also one of the 10 heroes of the Blue Sea. But unlike us, he has little interest in cultivation. His only interest is to develop poisons, especially deadly ones. That's why we call him Viper. And he likes this nickname, so he simply named himself Viper." Wang Zicheng shook his head. "So, he's an old poison?" Young Master Hao was surprised. Wang Zicheng nodded and said, "Anyway, his body is full of poison. If you accidentally touch his body, you may be poisoned to death. And the poisons he developed can't be cured by ordinary antidotes." "So horrible? Who dares to be with such a person?" Qin Feiyang and the other two looked at each other. Just hearing this, they couldn't help but feel creeped out. Wang Yuer asked, "What's his cultivation? Does he also have forbidden techniques?" Wang Zicheng said, "His cultivation isn't very strong. He's just an 8-star battle saint. As for forbidden techniques, each of the 10 heroes of the Blue Sea has a forbidden technique. This is the main reason why we're called the 10 heroes of the Blue Sea." Qin Feiyang was speechless. He thought that only Wang Zicheng and the young man had such terrifying forbidden techniques, but he didn't expect that the 10 heroes of the Blue Sea also had them. It seemed that these guys were not to be trifled with. At this moment, Wang Yuer seemed to have noticed something. She turned around and looked at the sea behind her. Her expression changed drastically and she shouted, "Oh no, they're coming. How troublesome. They must have recognized the Sage King battleship and want to take it." Wang Zicheng said, looking quite annoyed. Young Master Hao looked at Viper No. 1 and his pupils shrank. He said in surprise, "They're both saint artifacts, but why is Viper No. 1 faster than the Sage King battleship?" Like other saint artifacts, the Sage King battleship and Viper No. 1's power depends on the user's cultivation. The higher the cultivation, the faster the speed. The captain of Viper No. 1 is called One-Eyed Dragon. He's a 1-star combat emperor. Wang Zicheng said, "So strong? Then how did he become Viper's subordinate?" Young Master Hao was surprised. "Poison. Viper's subordinates were basically captured by him with poison. And only he has the antidote for the poison he developed. In short, they were forced to do so because they had to die if they didn't submit to Viper. But it's undeniable that each of them is a master who kills without batting an eyelid. In short, Viper and his subordinates are very difficult to deal with." Wang Zicheng rubbed his aching forehead. Why was he so unlucky? Why did he have to encounter these bandits? "Listen up, stop the Sage King battleship if you don't want to die." A cold voice came from Viper No. 1. Wang Zicheng sighed helplessly and looked at Wang Yuer. "Forget it, don't run. We can't escape anyway." Wang Yuer frowned, and with a thought, the Saint King ship slowly came to a stop. Indeed, they didn't have any combat emperors and couldn't escape the pursuit of Viper No. 1. It was better to stop and see what those people wanted. Swoosh, swoosh. Viper number 1 broke through the waves and stopped beside the Sage King battleship. At the same time, Wang Zicheng turned around with his back facing Viper number 1. His eyes flickered and no one knew what he was thinking. Hey, there's a beauty. This figure, this beauty, can be said to be of the highest quality. Not bad, not bad. Little beauty, do you want to live? If you want to, then accompany us, Lele. The people on Viper number 1 looked as if they hadn't seen a woman for a long time. They surrounded the side of the ship and stared at Wang Yue. Their mouths were also full of obscenities. They were a group of bandits. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and stepped forward to protect Wang Yue behind him. He glanced at those people and said in a deep voice, "Please respect yourself." Looking at the back in front of her, Wang Yue was stunned. This bastard was protecting her? Respect? Hee, little brat, is this your first time in the inland sea? Let me tell you, women are rare in this place, especially such a beautiful woman. Be sensible and hand over the Sage King battleship and that woman immediately. Otherwise, I will bury all of you in the sea. The one-eyed man walked over and stared at Qin Feiyang with a sinister smile. One-eyed man, I haven't seen you for only a few months and you've become so powerful. Impressive. At this moment, Wang Zicheng, who had his back facing Viper number 1, suddenly laughed. In fact, he was hesitating whether to escape alone. After all, he couldn't use the forbidden technique casually now. But after thinking about it, if he ran away like this, wouldn't he lose the chance to take back the Sage King battleship? Moreover, he knew the one-eyed man and the others. Once the Sage King battleship fell into their hands, it was basically impossible to get it back. So after thinking about it again and again, he spoke. "For you. Why do you look familiar?" Chapter 10:19. Hee. Wang Zicheng grinned and slowly turned around. What? It's you. One-eyed dragon and the others were shocked as if they had seen a ghost. Wang Zicheng glanced at them one by one and finally stopped at One-eyed Dragon. He smiled and said, "Who gave you the guts to rob my Sage King ship?" Wasn't the Sage King ship stolen? One-eyed Dragon asked in a panic. Wang Zicheng said playfully, "Yes, it was stolen, but can I take it back?" Of course. One-eyed Dragon nodded repeatedly. Wang Zicheng smiled and asked, "Do you want us to hand over the Sage King ship now?" "No, we don't dare. This is a misunderstanding. Because our original intention of robbing the Sage King ship was to help you get it back. We definitely won't dare to take it for ourselves. Don't you think so?" One-eyed Dragon said. Yes. That's right. The group behind One-eyed Dragon quickly nodded in agreement. Wang Zicheng sneered, "Then shouldn't this young master thank you? We're all on the same side, don't be so polite. Well, since the Sage King ship has been returned to its rightful owner, we won't disturb you any longer. Goodbye." One-eyed Dragon cupped his fists and said, then drove Viper number 1 away in a panic. It settled just like that? Qin Feiyang and the other two were stunned. They don't know my current situation, otherwise, a bloody battle would have been inevitable. Don't look anymore. Let's go quickly. Otherwise, they'll notice something and we'll be done for. Wang Zicheng urged. Wang Yue nodded and immediately drove the Sage King ship to the south. It's really bad luck to meet Wang Zicheng. Viper number 1. One-eyed Dragon stood at the side of the ship, looking angrily at the Sage King ship that was gradually disappearing. The others also nodded. If it were anyone else, they would have dared to force it, but they knew Wang Zicheng's methods too well. If they forced it, they would be the ones to suffer in the end. Suddenly, Old Fifth Pan said suspiciously, "Boss, why do I feel that Wang Zicheng is a little different today?" "How is it different?" The one-eyed man was taken aback and asked suspiciously. "In the past, if we had tried to steal his Saint King ship, we wouldn't have been able to get away so easily. But today, he didn't even do anything and just let us go? Isn't it strange?" Old Fifth Pan said. "Maybe it's because he's in a good mood today. Do you see the woman beside him? He likes beautiful women the most. In front of women, I have to maintain my poise." the one-eyed man said calmly. He then took out an image crystal and infused his battle chi into it. A short while later, a young man appeared from the void. He was about 1.8 meters tall and had regular facial features. He could be considered a talent, but the skin all over his body was emitting a strange green color. Especially his eyes. They were green like a snake's eyes, and they were suffused with a cold light. "Greetings, Lord Viper." Everyone on the ship kowtowed, including the one-eyed man. "What is it?" Viper asked. His cold gaze caused the group of people to tremble in fear. The one-eyed man said respectfully, "There's something that I need to report to you. Wang Zicheng has entered the inland sea and has taken back the Saint King ship." Viper frowned slightly and said, "I heard that the person who took the Saint King ship is unfathomably strong. How did he take it back?" "I don't know." The one-eyed man shook his head. Viper frowned and turned to the side, asking, "Big Bull, you were with Wang Zicheng some time ago. Have you heard of this?" "Big Bull?" The one-eyed man and the others were surprised. Next to Viper, another young man walked out. "So it's him. Why is he with Lord Viper?" The one-eyed man and the others' pupils shrank. They were extremely wary. The young man lowered his head and pondered for a moment. He looked at Viper and shook his head. "Never heard of it." "Then that's strange. According to Wang Zicheng's character, if he really took back the Saint King ship, he would definitely send us a message to show off. Could it be that he has changed?" Viper frowned. His green eyes flickered with an inexplicable light. "Has he changed? Do you think that's possible?" The young man sneered, then looked at the one-eyed man and said, "Is there anyone else on the Saint King ship?" "2 men and a woman." The one-eyed man nodded and waved his hand. Battle chi surged and condensed into the shadows of Qin Feiyang and the other 2. "It's him." The young man looked at Qin Feiyang's shadow and frowned. Viper asked, "Do you know him?" "I met him in the outer sea with Wang Zicheng. Wang Zicheng seemed to care about him." The young man said, "Forget it. How could someone like Wang Zicheng care about others? He must have a purpose." Viper sneered. "That's what I think too." The young man nodded, then asked the one-eyed man again, "Are you sure you saw the Saint King ship?" "I'm sure." The one-eyed man nodded. "Did he cause trouble for you?" The young man asked again. The one-eyed man shook his head. "He didn't cause trouble for you? That's surprising." The young man was surprised, then smiled and said, "That's right, with his current condition he can't wait to hide when he sees you. How could he dare to cause trouble for you?" "What do you mean?" Viper was slightly taken aback and looked at the young man suspiciously. The one-eyed man and the others were also puzzled. The young man said, "When we were in the outer sea, he continuously used forbidden techniques for 50 to 60 breaths. What? Does he want to die?" Viper was shocked. No wonder he was so easy to talk to today. It's because he doesn't dare to use forbidden techniques again. I was really scared by him just now. The one-eyed man also came to a sudden realization, and a trace of anger crept onto his face. Suddenly, the green light in Viper's eyes intensified and he smiled sinisterly. "This is a good opportunity. What do you want to do?" The young man frowned. "Usually we all have forbidden techniques. Even if there is a conflict, we don't dare to act rashly. However, now that he doesn't dare to use forbidden techniques, he's equivalent to a poisonous snake without fangs. Naturally, we have to get rid of him. Even if we can't get rid of him, we have to force him into a corner and let him have a taste of death." Viper smiled sinisterly. "That's interesting." The young man smiled playfully. When he saw that the young man had no intention of objecting, Viper immediately looked at the one-eyed man and ordered, "Go after him immediately. I want to see his corpse if he's dead or alive. Understand?" "Understood." The one-eyed man nodded and turned off the image crystal, shouting, "Lads, let the hunt begin." Kill. Instantly, everyone roared and their killing intent shook the skies. On a certain island, on a mountain peak, the burly young man looked at Viper and said impatiently, "Have you thought about what I told you?" Viper played with the ring on his index finger and smiled faintly. "What's the hurry? Let me think about it for a few more days. I don't have time to waste with you." You have to give me an answer immediately or I'll find someone else to work with. The young man said. Viper raised his eyebrows and stared at the young man. His green eyes flashed with a dangerous signal. Don't look at me like that. I'm not a coward. The young man became more and more impatient. I agree to work with you. But after we get the elixir fire, we have to make it clear in advance how we're going to split it. Viper smiled sinisterly. How do you think we should split it? The young man frowned. Viper's eyes flashed and said, You can have the elixir fire, but you give me your forbidden technique. Do you think that's possible? The young man sneered and said, I think the best way is to have a fair one-on-one duel after we get the elixir fire. The winner gets the elixir fire. Okay, we'll do as you say. Viper chuckled, but there was a trace of bone-chilling coldness in his smile. He did not hide it at all. The young man did not care at all. Because he was not afraid of any of the 10 heroes of Jianghu, even if it was the old poison in front of him. Splash! On the sea, the Sage King vessel was like a shooting star catching up with the moon. Wherever it went, waves would surge. Qin Feiyang had been observing the sea behind them. Seeing that Viper number 1 had not returned, he looked at Wang Yue and said, You can slow down a little. Don't consume too much energy. Reviving the Sage King vessel was the same as reviving other divine artifacts. It required an endless supply of battle qi. In other words, battle qi was the fuel of the Sage King vessel. And the faster it was, the faster it would consume battle qi. Therefore, this extreme speed could not be maintained forever. Otherwise, Wang Yue would be in danger of running out of battle qi. Wang Yue glanced at Qin Feiyang. This time, she did not quarrel with Qin Feiyang. She slowed down by half and then took a battle qi pill to replenish her battle qi. She looked at the sea in front of her thoughtfully. Qin Feiyang looked at her suspiciously, then turned to Wang Zicheng and asked, Brother Wang, have you taken a prolongation pill? Wang Zicheng shook his head. It can't be? Qin Feiyang was surprised. How could he have never taken a prolongation pill before? Not only me, but also the 10 heroes of Qinghai have never taken a prolongation pill. Because we all know that once we take a prolongation pill, we will lose our last guarantee. After all, we can only take a prolongation pill once in our lives. And if one day we are really in a desperate situation, we will die. Wang Zicheng said. That's true. Qin Feiyang nodded. Everyone would be in a desperate situation. If there was a prolongation pill, even if Wang Zicheng used a forbidden technique and consumed all his life, he could still use a prolongation pill to prolong his life before he died. But once he took it in advance, there would be no way out when he was in a life-and-death situation. Therefore, whether it was for Wang Zicheng or the other 10 heroes of Qinghai, the prolongation pill was the last guarantee. Unless it was a last resort, they would never take it. Well, suddenly,